How's everybody doing? How's the audio? Hey, Mom. I'm not going to judge you tonight, Mark. I'm drinking the same thing. Picked up a 24 pack at the Sam's Club up in Springfield last night. It's all about the calories. I'm going to offset the lack of calories in the White Claw with the Fireballs. This is one half of what was in the box that I got from Todd and Christy Connolly. That's how much is left. And there's a whole nother bag on the other side of the box. Hello, Dottie Schaefer. Let's see who's here. Steven, obviously I'm drinking White Claws and Fireballs. I got a nice bottle of Glenlivet from the Connollys that I drank in 2 nights. It was good. All right. Hi, Ronald, Steve, 58, D-Beck, Gantz, Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Baker, John Hall, Stephen Wolf, Joe Bali, my mother, Steve Miller, Dottie Schaefer, Bread for Bass, what's up? Stephen Smith, Christopher Lawrence, Steve Clark. We got some old school folks in the house. That's great. Gilbert. Stephen Smith is knocking it out of the park with his deck extension, by the way, guys. If you haven't seen it, he's doing it the right way. Originally, that was my thought, was to make a casting deck that was seamless and it was not, basically looked factory. And I went the cheap route. Stephen Smith is not going the cheap route. I think he's about to build the best casting deck we've seen in one of these boats. So he's posted it online, at least on the Tracker Heritage forum that I know of. It could be on some others, but if you guys haven't seen it, check it out. He's doing it right. What's up, Bradley? It's a true story, Steven. It looks bad. I'll tell you what. Gizmo, what's going on? How's Chicagoland? Misty Miller. Guys, I'm going fishing tomorrow with Steve Miller. Not for sure who else is joining us, but we're going looking for giant catfish. I've never done that, so we're gonna do it. For those of you that were on live with me, I don't know when it was, a few days ago, I did catch a pretty big catfish on a Ned rig. That was exciting. Oh, Aunt Wendy. Tom Picard. Fireball for sure, Tom Picard. I got a whole bag of it. Well, about a quarter of a bag. And then I have another one of these in the freezer that's full. So, for those of you that don't know, Misty Miller reached out to Fireball as a potential sponsor for our endeavor. So, we're still waiting to hear back, but it's been pushed up the chain quite a bit. So, let's keep our fingers crossed that Fireball wants to get involved in some way, shape, or form. I haven't talked to you guys really since the tournament. The tournament was a total success, and it's prompted, for those of you that don't know, we are going to start a club and we're going to do regular events. The club will be, anybody can join. There will be rules as far as the fishing goes, and we will establish some sort of a there'll be people in places, we'll have a treasurer, we'll have a spokesperson or president or what have you. I don't know how formal we want to get with it, but it's not going to be just me. There's going to be other people involved, and you'll be able to reach out to any of them for questions or ideas, maybe thoughts on how to make things better with the club. So those are things that are going to happen. We do not have a name yet. People that have ideas, I want you to throw them out tonight. We might decide on one tonight. Mine was very simple. It was, God, I got to think of it now. I've heard so many ideas, and they've been good. Mine, like if Fireball were to get involved and let us use their name, it was Fireball Aluminum Boat Club, sorry. Fireball Aluminum Boat Club, FABC. I think that would be cool as a logo on a hat or something. But, I'm kind of a simple guy when it comes to stuff like that. I don't like a whole bunch of stuff going on clothing or hats. But like AB Aluminum Boat Club, or something to that effect. If you guys have ideas, put them down. What's up, Andy? Drink Fishing 101. I miss you, Tom Picard. You guys don't need an electrician on the F-16 program, do you? I'll fly back in periodically to make sure things go smoothly. Maybe I will have a little Fireball before I even get into the White Claws. This pour spout is so handy, but it's hard to do with one hand. Whoa, stop. So, my shot glass is dirty. It was on my shelf in the garage, and there were a couple dead mosquitoes in it. I don't have a bunch of shot glasses. I'm not a big shot guy, unless it's Fireballs. But you can have Fireball just about anything. I can drink it right out of the bottle. But tonight we're drinking out of my buddy, the glasses they had at their wedding, which they're no longer married. This was in 2011. Stalker Fishing Club. Blackstock's bad. See, now Christopher, I like it, but I want it to be generic. This is, I'm going to say it one more. I hope that this is the last time I say this because I've said it a lot, and I don't want it. It's not an ego thing. Basically, this is going to be a we club, not a Mark club. It's going to be something that the members decide what's going on, and it won't just be me. I will be funneling information through YouTube for it because not a lot of people that do things with us don't do Facebook. And Facebook will be where the club site is. But for those that don't do Facebook, they'll be able to see it on YouTube. Drink from the tap. Absolutely. Since Tom Picard asked, I will. Ooh, child. Okay, I had to make sure the tap was closed. I don't want Fireball over the boat. It's a sticky substance, and I think ants and stuff would really like it. Bass Mafia kind of sounds gangster. Hank Cherry just won the Bassmaster Classic. Cool. Yeah. Steven, Tabitha, and the kids and I were up in Springfield last night. I had a wild hair at my ass. I did get something at Bass Pro Shops. And some giveaway items that they don't have at the Branson store that I wanted to get at least one of them, which I'm going to give away tonight. We haven't even talked about what we're giving away yet. But we went to Sam's Club. I was going to buy one of those lily pad things. They had them there, and now they're out of them. But I want to get one of them lily pads. Tom Picard has one, I think. But you fold it out. It's like 6 feet wide and 15 feet long, and a bunch of people can party on it. You just tie it off to your boat, and you can just lay on it all day. Drink Fireball like the girls do, Aunt Wendy. What's that? Is that where somebody pours it in my belly button and sucks it out? Fireball Aluminum Classics. Yeah, that's a good one, Steve. It's kind of dependent on the Fireball thing. I think I'm going to go ahead and create the Facebook page so we can get moving on that. And what I'm hoping happens is the people that are on the tournament page, which I will post on that page, migrate over there. Because the tournament page is basically going to go away. That was just for the inaugural tournament. There's over 400 people on it. So hopefully they migrate over to the page of the club and we establish some sort of a club and we can start planning tournaments. The tourney party was awesome. I remember everything. I remember the walk back to your car, Wendy. Right on, Tom. Have a good night, brother. I'll talk to you soon. All right, I'm gonna get a White Claw out there in the cooler here, chilling. We're gonna have black cherry. Bass Buggy Boat Club. Tinfoil. The Illuminati. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody's comments. The Bass Hunters Club, the Aluminum Boat Fireball Club, MB Drunk Fishing. You know what, guys? Contrary to popular belief, I don't really party on the lake. Rule number 2, 4-drink limit during tourney. Blackstocks, Bass Buddies, the Illuminati, MB Drunk Fishing, aka Fat Ass Bass Catching. Don't need no stinking rules. I'm moving back to Kentucky. I saw that, Christopher. You're gonna be close. We will go fishing now. Hey, Larry. Passing on the Elkhart in the house. You know who's not here? Is Workman here? And Matt. Where's Matt? I'll have a chance with the drink limit. Right on. Straight up fishing. What about the Fishing Club? TFC. I don't know, Wendy. I just asked. That's Matt, by the way. His name is Matt. Cigar for Rod. Smallmouth Heaven in Kentucky. We'll get into that in a second here. I slayed the smallmouth at Table Rock on Friday. Where are the Connollys? Todd and Christy, I haven't seen them on here yet. We got 42 people on. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. Let me see what I got here. Okay, one of the things I'm giving away is the winning, what I used to get second place in the tournament. This combination of a jig and a swim bait, which everybody knows I like. It's not black and blue. And it works. I used it again on Thursday. I used it yesterday out here. It worked. Anybody that saw the picture I posted on Instagram, that was a good fish. Spawned out. It was long. It was 19 inches long, but it weighed about 3 pounds. It was probably bigger. Those are for me. So what we're giving away, I got 3 lure items to give away. We're giving away a rod and reel. You'll have your choice of a spinning combo or a bait casting combo in right or left. All those are by favorite. I'll show you those. And 2 shirts. We got a problem though. I gotta write down the winners because I'll forget. Hold on, I'm not leaving. If I jump out of the boat, it means I fell. I am dangling off the side though. I need something to ride on. This'll work. The directions for the oil change I just did that you guys saw, if you watched that. This'll work. So we're gonna do jigs. Number 1 shirt, number 2 shirt. Okay. And if you guys want stickers, I have a bunch of stickers made up that Baby T made. I got probably 15 of the MJB fishing sticker. The standard one is just the logo. And then I got some that have the fish on them. If you guys are interested, email me at mjbfishingllc.com, and I think I have red and black, maybe green. So if you're interested in a sticker, let me know. I'll send those out. Those are free of charge. Everything's free. What am I saying? Everything I'm giving away tonight's free. We had a donation from Bread for Bass the other night. That's part of what we're giving away tonight. And also got a $50 anonymous donation given as well tonight by one of the people watching. I can't say who. But so we got a total of $70 that went in that was donated to make this giveaway happen. Thank you guys very much for that. I appreciate it. I noticed there were 2 thumbs down in this giveaway video. I don't understand that. It's free. I guess people that don't win get butthurt and give thumbs downs, but I can't control the random commenter. I'm sorry. If I could give everybody something, I would. Bradley, mjbfishingllc.com. Give me your name and address. I'll send you one. THC? That's illegal here. Oh. Issues with my bunks. No, I have not had any issues with my bunks. Guys, I am very lucky that I haven't experienced a lot of the issues that some people have. I don't know if my boat was built on a Tuesday or a Wednesday when they actually cared about what they were doing, or it was so early in the process that there was more quality control maybe. I don't know. I did notice something today while I was swimming with the family on the back of the boat. We'll talk about that later. I can't really get to it. It's backed all the way in. It's not a big issue, but it is something that needs to be replaced. Steve, text me and I'll bring you one tomorrow. I'm going to see you tomorrow at 4 o'clock at the Indigo Casino in Oklahoma. Misty, Bass Fishing Misfits Association. What's up, James? Rob Hahn, same thing. You guys that want stickers, email me. Like I said, mjbfishingllc.com. Yep, mjbfishingllc@gmail.com. I'm sorry, @gmail.com. You want to smash a fireball? Yeah, you guys, I always forget to say this stuff, but yeah, if you guys watch the videos, if you're on here now, give it a thumbs up. It really does help. It helps a lot. So I'm gonna have some fireball. Maybe I'll give you guys a couple seconds to fire in a thumbs up. What's up, Evan? Oh, trust me, I look at the bunks a lot. Mine are so far so good. I did way back. I take that back. I forgot about this, but after I got back from New York, I mean, we're going on 3 years ago now. I noticed that the carpet, the boat there was about 5-6 inches of bunk sticking out past the back of the boat. And right where that met, it was digging a hole in the carpet. And I took it to Bass Pro Shops in Mesa. And what they did was they cut off about 8 inches. So this much of the boat now hangs over the back of the bunk, and they recarpeted them. But as far as like rotting wood and stuff, I don't have that problem yet. That live well problem that you're talking about, I think my guess is the water's it's the top hole in your live well. I have a feeling wherever that water's coming from, it's coming through that top hole. The bottom hole drains right out the side of your boat. And I would be surprised if it's plugged, okay? It's probably not coming from that bottom hole. It's when the water level gets all the way up and it starts draining out that supplemental drain that it's somehow getting in there. And it might be, I don't know, I've never taken it apart. I've never had an issue with it. My boat, the only time I really get water in it is if it's raining, or I know water's coming over the back of the boat if I put it in reverse, or things like that. You get a little bit of water come over the back. Yeah, that's another thing, Steve Miller. I've never had to back up my boat to fire, like the live well. When I ask for water, it comes out. I've never had to do that. I've seen a lot of that. Yeah, okay, then if there could be a small pinhole in the hose or whatever. However they have that plumb going outside to your hole on the other side of the boat. I guess the only way to really diagnose that is to tear it apart, which You can access that, I believe, under your dash. There's a panel that you can take out and you can see in there and kind of see what's going on. You might need a mirror and a flashlight though. Copy that. All right. Well, there's about half the people that entered the contest this week are online. I see there's 50 people online, and the last time I looked, we had 84 entrants. So if you're on here and you haven't entered by leaving a comment and like the last video that led you to this video, I'll give you a few minutes to go do that, and I'll give away something here in a minute. So go do that if you haven't already. No, Ramiro, we haven't given away anything yet. And we're giving away 6 items tonight. One's a big item. And the others are fishing lure packages and a couple shirts. So there. Yeah, 58, a lot of people just use their live well to put ice in and, you know, whatnot, or storage. There's a ton of room in there to put tackle. I put all of my tackle, I mean, I have so much tackle in this storage area back here, it's not even funny. And I probably use 10% of it. I ask myself all the time why I have all this stuff in the boat. But I think I'm not alone there. I think a lot of people are in the same position where they just, you know, most of the tackle they own is in the boat. I got some grief, you know, in the last year about my deck extension not having tackle storage. Well, I honestly don't have enough tackle to fill that up if I were to add storage. It's all in here. Basically what I use the underside of that for is storage of, like, I have a anchor in there. I have my throwable cushion you have to have in there. And if I need extra life jackets, if people are coming out with me, I put them underneath there. If I were to go overnight, I could put a tent in there. I could put whatever I want under there, and it's storable. My tackle situation is, I believe that I have enough room in this boat for what I need to do with what I have going on. Wow. I think the plugs are supposed to go inside the live well. I've never seen anybody put one on the outside of the boat. What's up, Ball Hog? Your wife told you had a problem today, Ramiro? What's that? Buying too much gear? All right. We're going to give something away now. Where's all my stuff? Okay, so I'm going to refresh this because I don't know if anybody added to this, but as of 5:55, we had 84 original commenters. So 84 people entered in the contest. Now we have 89. And we only have 41 people online. I was fairly clear. Everybody that's on here probably knows you have to be present to win. So your odds are fairly good right now, comparatively speaking. Being if 89 people are on, the odds would be a lot less. So it is what it is. I guess my tackle problem revolves around buying the same stuff. If I have stuff like, well, the first thing I'm going to give away is the combination that I used in the tournament, and it worked. I caught all of my fish on it. I caught a ton of fish during the tournament, but only 4 of them were big enough to weigh, over 15 inches. But it's a bizarre color combination, but it works. I guess it's not bizarre. It's just, to me, I'm a black and blue guy, and it works a lot. All right, we have 89 commenters, you guys. I'm gonna go back real quick, read some comments. Bass Hunters of America. Oh, I would not do that. Yeah, that drain plug should always be in if you're in the water, for sure. I'm sorry. And I do mine from the outside. I have the screw type. I'm not a big fan of the one that basically folds down. Mine you put in, and it's got like a self-locking, it looks like a washer, but it's a nut that locks as you spin it in, and it's got a little T-handle on the outside. I've never had an issue with that. Hey, Kelly. Happy birthday, Nick. All right, guys. So I'm going to go back to the giveaway. Got 90 people on here right now. 44 people are online right now. 45. I'd like to see that thumbs up number go up, if it's possible. But this is what I used. This is the Pee-wee jig, Pee-wee football jig. I use it in a finesse application. It's by the Jewel Bait Company. It's a 2-pack. It's pretty much a bluegill flavor. It's called First Down. And I use these swim baits that are kind of an orangey green color. They call it male perch. You can see how those would complement each other. But that was the deal. So somebody's going to win that right now. So here it is. Thank you guys for catching up those thumbs up. I appreciate every one of you. Here we go, guys. I don't know who won. Stephen Wolf. I'm trying to make you guys... I don't know if you guys can see it. A child. I'm all over the place. Right there. Stephen Wolf. I'm out of focus? Can people see me? I need to fix that right now if that's true. Hold on. Is that better? If that's better. Okay, yeah. That might have been my bad. But anyway, that's, if you guys can see that. Congratulations, Stephen Wolf. You've won what I feel is the best finesse bait combination on the market right now. I'll write that down so I don't forget. All right. Right on. I turned off the internet, so right now I'm just on data. So hopefully that's good. All right. I gotta have a sip. I am hot. By the way, you guys, it's hot. I'm in the garage. I have an air conditioner that I'm gonna hook up, but I'm afraid it's too loud, like if I'm online doing it. So it's probably not ever gonna work while I'm live. I'm just gonna have to toil and have cold beverages. So at any rate, Matt, in fact, Cigar for Rod asked if I was going to do a video about doing the gear oil. And I did that a couple weeks ago. I didn't film it. It was when I had a problem with the motor. And what it ended up being was a vacuum line, which I think if people watch that video, all I did was connect it and it worked. I did have to buy a new battery. My battery died in the tournament, and then it died a day later when I was out on my lake. It wasn't holding a charge. I went and had it tested, and it was shot. So that battery was roughly 3.5 years old, and they do that. So I had to buy a new one. Now, the gear oil, it's pretty simple, you guys. Here. It's actually lube, but it's SAE90 gear lube. You got to buy this little pump adapter, and basically you drain it. You have 2 holes up top and 1 down below. The 1 down below is your drain. Unscrew that, let it drain. It takes a few minutes. And then what you're gonna do is unscrew the 2 screws above it, take them off, and then you're gonna screw this fitting into your drain. And you're gonna pump. It doesn't take long. It doesn't take a lot. Like, shoot. I didn't use half of this. And once it starts coming out, it's going to come out, on mine anyway, it came out the left hole, the aft hole up top. Their 2 are about this far apart. Came out the aft hole first, you plug it. I pumped a little bit more, it came out the second hole, I filled it, and that was it. And then you put the drain back in as quick as you can, and it's over. And probably the best advice I could give you is just leave the pump on here and zip tie the fitting up so when you store it, it doesn't leak all over the garage some way. So there's that. All right, we still got 90 commenters. Let me go back to the page so I can see what you guys are talking about. Have a good night, Bradley. Like, my seals are good. I didn't change them. You don't have to, but if you're in there, you know, you can for sure. If they're chappy, you definitely want to change them. Mine are in good shape. I think it's the second time I've changed it. I like to kid Jeff McCain that I've never done it. because I know it drives them crazy. But I have. I did it in Arizona. I just didn't talk about it. The motor should definitely be down when you do your gear oil. When you do your oil change, you want it at traveling height as if the transom saver was in there, and then you turn that whole motor outboard and basically creates a good angle for drain. So, well, Stephen Wolf won the first item tonight, and I've got more coming. Here, let's do it. The next one, it's basically tonight's all about finesse. But I'm going to give away this Chomper kit, Chomper Eraser Finesse Jig Kit. All in natural colors, basically green pumpkin and brown. You got 3 jigs and items to throw on them. This stuff works for me, and I like giving away stuff that I know works. And that'll work this stuff that I'm giving away works anywhere. So I try to do, when I pick out stuff to give you guys, I try to give away stuff that works all over the place, because there are lures that will work in certain places and not in others, and that's just dumb to me. If I give somebody something that's not going to work. All right, so I'm going to give that away right now. I will try and not make it so blurry. You guys, when I had good internet, I used to do this on some real professional editing stuff. Basically what TV channels use, and it used to be a lot smoother to change and show things, and I could have my face on there while I was doing it. But the internet, the price you pay living this close to a lake in the middle of nowhere is crappy internet, and I'm sorry. I wish it was better, but we're gonna give this away right now. I'm gonna update the comments. Remember, you have to be present to win, so I might have to do this a couple times since only half the people are on. So here we go. Who's that? God. Steve B. Is Steve B online? Steve B with a 5. You can't win twice. You can win twice, but not in the same night. None of that stuff works. I have the only internet that's available to me that is CenturyLink here, and the most uploads 1. Where in Arizona, I was getting up at 20. Internet was a non-issue, but I get 1 up and 10 down is the best I can get. It's usually around 5 or 6. It's pretty bad. I've never heard of Windstream. If it's land based, I can't get it. That's the only thing I can get out here is CenturyLink is all that's offered. And I'm not real impressed with things like Hughes, whatever the Hughes internet is. People in Red Rock here as far as speed. Steve B. Okay. I have Steven's information. Steve B. Email me at mjbfishingllc gmail.com. Your address and your name so I can send this out to you. All right. I will have a fireball shot because Gizmo told me to. And you know what? You're right. I want to give a shout out to all the ladies that are on here. The female audience is growing quite a bit. And I appreciate it. Everybody's welcome to come on here and give ideas, ask questions. There's enough knowledge in the people that come on here that most questions will get answered at the time the question is asked. Yeah. No, we don't. Century Windstream's not available here. The only internet service available via phone line here, like CenturyLink's it. I'll send you a link to where I live, Steven. You'll understand. There's like a cluster of houses, and then for miles, there's nothing. Yes. We had ladies at the tournament. It was awesome. Cheers to everybody. I hope you guys had a great weekend. All right. All right. The last of the lure packages I'm going to give away is my favorite. It's something that I've come to really embrace that I did not, I just didn't use it, but now I'm a huge fan, and it's the Ned Rig. This is a Ned Rig kit. Then you get one that's got these little ticklers on the end and some craws. This will work anywhere. I don't recommend throwing it around. He looked at my boat probably like with all the stuff. Panoptics, power poles, 250 horsepower. It's like an 80-something $1,000 boat. It was awesome. Anyway, we went fishing at Lake Taneycomo on Thursday and did okay. Finding bass, we went way down towards the dam, and we found some fish, some decent ones, 2-3 pounders. And on Friday, we went to Table Rock, and I put a beat down on the smallmouth. I didn't bring any cameras. It was this guy's boat. He's an older guy. I didn't know. He's not a YouTube guy. He doesn't watch. I don't think he watches the internet at all. But I predominantly used a Ned Rig and the Pee Wee jig that I just gave away all day. I caught about 15 smallmouth. 7 of them were keepers. Honestly, it was the best. Okay, I'm going to turn it back on. Sorry, guys. All right, hang on. Is that better? I might have to move locations. I might have to go 10 feet towards the garage door. All right, guys, I'm jumping out of the boat. If you hear something bad, tell my wife I love her? Okay. We're going to move this party out here. You guys tell me if it changes. We're not cutting it short. How's that? I gotta go collect stuff. The Fireball, the iPad, my drinks. I'm still here, you guys. Better? You guys happier? All right. Is Workman here? All right. Yeah, the only difference is I got a stand now. I'm just kidding. It's not a big deal. I stand in the garage for hours every night. I'm pouring a fresh Fireball. I gotta grab my... All right, we're back. We're good now. Okay. Oh, shit. You guys, I forgot. I need the paperwork. Okay. One more time. Is Workman here? If he's not, we got to do this again. Todd Connolly. Hi, guys. The color code on the Audi is, I forget, Ibis White or something. It's like a white pearl. Efren. No Workman. All right. Workman wins a lot, I feel, so we're going to go ahead and redo that for the Ned Rig set. We're going to do that right now. Okay. Maybe this will work better too. It could have been a light situation. Yeah, it was. Here we go. This is for the Ned set. David Gray Fishing. Is David Gray Fishing online? David Gray Fishing. I did sign up with Elon Musk program to do beta for that Starlink thing. All right, congratulations, David. You've won the Ned Rig set. Email me your address at mjbfishingllc@gmail.com, and I'll send that out to you this week. All right, we're not done yet. We still got 2 shirts to give away and the rod and reel package. So 3 sheets of plywood. I'll give you a ride for 3 sheets. I'll do launch control with you for 3 sheets of plywood. By the way, my lake is up about 35 feet above normal pool, and I'm seeing all kinds of lumber floating around the lake. Should I be collecting it? I've seen a lot of 2x6s for some reason. Every time I see one, I'm like, should I throw that in the boat? You know, I probably would have enough now to build a small shed or a doghouse. I meant David Gray Fishing, right? I'm sorry. All right. How long have we been going here? We're under, dude, we're doing good tonight. We're under an hour and I've given away 3 things. That's kind of a record. Yeah, lumber is definitely gold right now. Oh, Don's drones and stuff. There's so much wood floating around in this lake that you better pay attention. That's no joke. The 2x6s are the least of my worry. I know, Christopher. I'm with you, brother. Just kidding. My watch is getting a little heavy though, so I'm gonna take that off. We have more likes now than we do have people online. Now that is monumental. So I'm gonna finish this White Claw and we're gonna give away a shirt. Built a 14 by, yeah. Here, let's go on a field trip. I don't know if this is gonna screw up the internet, but so I wanna do a 30 by 40 garage on this extra lot we have. Right here. The driveway comes out for like a third car. That's where I park the Audi. But I want that garage to go like that, and you can drive in it. Basically have a 16-foot door on both ends. So, but with the price of materials right now, it's kind of ridiculous. Oh, speaking of, you guys, hopefully I didn't screw up our connection, but the people that we bought this house from, okay, they bought a piece of land just up the hill, maybe 2 miles from here. And, oh, Workman. Anyway, let me finish this story. Up the hill, this guy is building a barn dominium that we bought this house from. I think he bought like 5 acres and he just wanted to have more land, I think. But it was framed and they put the metal roof on it on Thursday, okay? Yesterday morning, when we were driving out of here, the whole thing collapsed. The whole house. It was one giant pitched metal roof on top of 2x4 studs. The whole thing just straight down. Hold on. I have an answer for that, Christopher. Wash that white lawn down with some Fireball. Oh, are you talking about the little flowers that popped up? That happened in like, I mow this lawn and then it rains for 3 days and it's longer than it was before. By the way, I just have a push mower right now. I need to buy a riding mower. I just haven't done it yet. But the push mower is kind of helping me. It's giving me some exercise. My next boat, after being in that dude's Skeeter, there's something about a big glass boat, bass boat, that has my attention. Like when the wind picks up, it doesn't just sail across the lake like our boats do. I don't know. I really would like a glass boat with at least 150 horse on it. Or maybe a big pontoon boat. I don't know. I'd like to get a pontoon, maybe a used pontoon boat that I could build some sort of an indoor facility on the ass end of it that I could go in and sleep in and have no elements You know, no bugs, no rain, no any. Yeah, that might be like a somewhat of a half-ass houseboat. But if I were to buy another bass boat, I think it'd be at least an 18 to 19 foot glass boat with at least 150 horse. Yeah, a Z18 Pro would be real nice if you could get one. I've been at 2 Bass Pro Shops in the last week, and the one down here in Branson has one glass boat for sale. It's a Z21 for $70,000. And the one up in Springfield had, what's the one between the 18 and 21? A 20 or a 19? They had one of those. They had a few Rangers, but there again, you're looking at 90 grand for a Ranger, you know, in a 20-foot model. Yeah, I've looked at express boats. I really think if I buy another bass boat, I'm gonna definitely go way upgrade and get a glass one. Yeah, Bass Pro is hurting. They have they just built a new facility, and the one I think up here in Nixa or Ozark, I think it's Nixa is their physical address, but about 10 minutes south of Springfield, I think they do pontoons there, and they have a hiring sign out front. But I know why people don't go work there. It's like 12 bucks an hour, and you're basically busting your ass for 12 bucks, and who wants to do that? Nothing wrong with a 12-foot kayak, but I'll tell you what, I had never driven a boat with a hot foot until this week, and that was pretty neat. That dude's Skeeter with my fat ass in it would do about 68 miles an hour, which I think is borderline too fast on the water, especially if it's busy. If I can go 50 to 55 on the water in a bass boat, I think that's plenty. You're gonna get wherever you need to go. Hi, Marcia. Kayaking. You'd have a real problem in some of these places in a kayak. Table Rock would be no fun in a kayak in the summertime. I'm telling you. Like, it's crazy out there. There's 4-foot rollers all day long in the middle of the day. Taneycomo evidently has, and I saw it. The water came over the front of this dude's Skeeter. They have a jet boat that they put like 40 people in and haul ass up and down the lake and do a bunch of donuts down the lake where we were fishing. If you were in a kayak, it would flip you over for sure. These rollers were breaking like they would on a beach in the middle, and Taneycomo is not very wide. There's parts of Taneycomo I could hit a golf ball across for sure. So I didn't either, Steven. I didn't either. But after doing it, it kind of made sense, especially when you can go that fast. The minute you let off, it's done. Like the motor just stops. So you can stop like that, which I always wondered how that worked. But I would have no problem if I bought a boat that had a hot foot on it. I don't know that I'd pay the extra to have it put on, but if it was there, I'd be cool with it. Self-propelled mower. Yes. Honestly, Todd, when I bought mine, I thought it was. I think I grabbed the wrong box. I do have a Honda mower. It's a great lawnmower. Works great. But it's not self-propelled. Thank God I don't live on a hill. It's pretty flat for the most part. It's just a lot of grass to mow. It's about 3/4 of an acre I got to mow by hand. Taneycomo, yes. Hot foot the Heritage. That would be a waste of time and money. That would be. That's like, you guys. My the car I had before I bought the Toyota truck, I had a Subaru Legacy that had paddle shifters on it. That's like having a hot foot on a Heritage. That car maybe had 190 horsepower with paddle shifters. Are you kidding me? It was stupid. Yeah, I mean, it takes me a couple hours to mow the lawn, but it's like when I get done, I feel like I did something. You know, it's about the most activity I get besides fishing these days. Yes. If I want to hot foot something, I just get in that. That's kind of my midlife crisis, I think. Yeah, you know what, Allison, that's not a horrendous idea, but if you've ever been to Missouri, rocks just grow out of the ground when you're not looking. And like, I already thrashed my blade on my mower. I've mowed my lawn probably 5 times since I bought it. And the blade has chunks out of it because rocks just appear. And you don't see them. Yeah. You could fish for bass in a canoe all day long. I wouldn't recommend doing it on a busy lake, but where you guys live in Eastern Washington, if you go down to Mardon Resort and go across the street into the Seep Lake area, there's a bunch of tiny lakes that there's no outboards on them. You'll probably very rarely see somebody with a trolling motor on their boat. It's a lot of canoes and a lot of little John boats, but I would fish out of a canoe all day long on those lakes. Where I live, if you did that, like, you could probably get away with it at Bull Shoals because there's a lot less people out here, and maybe Taneycomo. But out at Table Rock, I'm here to tell you, it is a zoo, especially from now until Labor Day weekend. Around 10 in the morning, the Sea-Doos, the wakeboard boats, and whatever other tour boats are going on are crisscrossing the lake all day long. A low stinger, yeah. I mean, those are all in the same realm of the Tracker 175 or below. Yeah, bred for bass. That's the only place I can't put my boat. Like the lake that we have in New Jersey, Kema Lake, is electric only. You cannot even have an outboard on the back of your boat. They're that afraid of anything getting in the water. The HOA, when I took my boat out there a few years ago, they said, oh yeah, you can put it in, but you have to take the motor off. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that. There's plenty of lakes around here. I don't need to mess with that. And we have a rowboat with a little electric motor at that lake. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't have that problem here. You can put your boat just about in any body of water here with a motor on it. So, I don't know. I see a lot of old timers and kayaks. I think it just depends on who you are and what you like to do. I gotta catch up. I've looked at some Club Cadets. I've looked at the Husqvarnas. I've looked at John Deere. And what's the Bad Boy, I think it's called. There's one called a Bad Boy. But they're about 5 large for a lawnmower. If I had 5 acres, I'd be comfortable spending that much money on a riding mower. But I think for my size yard, my budget's around $2,000. So I'm looking at a riding mower with probably a 42-inch deck. Right on. All right, guys, let's give away a shirt real quick. Uh-oh. Hold on. Lemansky's here. I didn't see you. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to catch up. Okay. We're good. Okay, as with the shirts, you guys, so here's the deal. Again, if your name is called and you're online, email me at mjbfishingllc@gmail.com, your name, address, and your shirt size and color preference. I can pretty much do any color. So pick a color shirt you want, and I'll pick out the color of the logo. So we're going to give away 2 shirts. I'm going to do them back to back. We'll get that out of the way. We have 91 commenters now. Okay. Remember, again, this is for a shirt. Oh, and your shirt size, if I didn't say that. Bread for Bass. Congratulations, Bread for Bass. That's good karma for the donation. Well, that's why a 1,200 square foot garage would solve a lot of problems for me. I would not even buy a riding mower. If I could fill that lot half full with a garage, that would end that whole problem. All right, Bread for Bass. Like I said, shirt size, name, and address. And we're going to go ahead and give away the other shirt right now as well. Here we go. Super Bass. I am not familiar with Super Bass. Are you online, Super Bass? Is Super Bass online? Well, I'll have a little fireball for that, your first win of a contest, Bread for Bass. It looks like Super Bass is not online. That's not a horrible idea, Christopher. A shirt with the Superman logo with a bass inside of it. Maybe we should call it the Super Bass Club. All right. I don't think Dude's here. So we're going to do it again. All right. Ronald Roquemore. Is Ronald here? I know he was on earlier. Is he still on? I got your Super Bad reference. I watched that the other night. It was on. It's one of my favorites. All right, Ronald. Again, email me your shirt size and the color shirt you'd like. All right. That pretty much leaves us the rod and reel packages, and I'm going to show those to you guys the best I can. So, you actually have three choices. The winner is going to have a choice between a favorite. I'm trying to pull it up. It's taking its sweet time. Yeah, just hang tight. I'm probably going to do this in about 15 minutes. So, the spinning rod is going to be the favorite Whitebird combo in 7 foot, I believe. You have that. Is it my connection, Greg, or yours? My connection seems to be solid for everybody right now. And that's the spinning combo. They're all $100 value, basically. And the other one is the Viridian combo. Also 7 foot medium heavy, rod and reel. You can have your choice between right and left-handed. Or you can have a Shimano SLX reel. Right or left-handed. So those are your options. If you don't want the favorite stuff and you want the Shimano reel, you have that option. So we're going to give that away in a few minutes. All right. So yeah, I mean, whoever wins, it's entirely up to you. Some people don't need a rod and reel. They might just need a new reel to go on a nice rod. I did find another SLX DC for myself. I have 2 now. I'm a big fan of those reels, but when they come in, it seems like when they come in stock, they're gone. I just happened to find one last night. I'll show it to you. Big fan of these. I'm not giving this one away, but this is a gem for the price point. It's a pretty good reel. I have 2 of them now. I think I'm done buying reels. I don't see that. I mean, I have a Daiwa Tatula, and I got a KVD smoke reel that I really like. I think I'm good on all my reels, but by far that SLX DC is, use your phone, Workman, is by far I think the best bang for your buck. It is still 189 bucks, but I love it. Yeah, like I said, guys, if you win, you're going to have your choice of the 3. The Shimano SLX, right or left-handed, the Whitebird spinning combo by favorite, and the Viridian bait casting combo. You got a flip phone, Workman? That's awesome. So Matt, the same thing, but I should have bought 2 of them at the same time, and I bought one because I wanted to make sure I liked it. And when I went back 2 days later, they were gone. In store. So I drove up, not totally to go to Springfield for this reel, but both times when I was up there, I stopped at Bass Pro Shops to see if they had one. I totally meant to have a second one. And the last time me and Tabitha were up there, they were out and they didn't know when they were getting them again. The only one they had was this Antera or something DC. It was $500. I'm like, no way. I could buy a lot of stuff for $500. But we stopped in there last night to pick. I really wanted to get that Ned Rig kit, and they don't sell them in Branson. They haven't ever had them. And they had one left in Springfield. And they had the DC reel. They had one. And I snapped it up. So I think I am done. I really like my new favorite rods I got. Real big fan of them. For $62 a piece, I don't think you can beat it. I really don't. They were originally $100. For $62, it's a damn good rod. I think I can still get it, Lemansky. Can I come to the Memphis Bass Pro with you, Todd? Just asking. Yeah, on my SLXs, I haven't put any on this one yet, but I have 10-pound on one, and I'll put 12-pound on the other. That's as big as I'll go. Hey, Peter. Yeah, as far as rod numbers go right now, I have, let's see, I have 10 that I would use, and I got another 10 in the corner that are if like people come or I decide to donate them to some people or kids or whatever. St. Croix are great rods. There's nothing, I don't know if I'd move away from them. They're nice rods. They're on the higher end of the price point, so that eliminates a lot of people, but if you can swing them, I wouldn't move away from them. Yeah, I've been turned on to Seaguar by Steve Miller when I met him at Bass Pro, and I haven't looked back. I've been using Seaguar exclusively. I have it on all my rods, spinning and bait casting at this point. I'm a big fan of it. James Holloway's moving? The President Flugers, other than my Carbonite reel I have, that's all I have are Fluger President reels. At $50 a piece, I don't think you can beat them in the price. I have all different sizes. I love them. I have never had an issue. And I mean, I think my oldest one of those right now is 3.5 years old. So they're not incredibly old, but so far, zero issues with a lot of use. What's up with that, Peter? Is it the weather? What's going on with the fishing in PA? Our lake house is not that far from PA. Actually, it's about an hour. I don't know. It's in Newton, New Jersey, which is not that far from Pennsylvania border. That's true, James. I did buy a lose reel. I take that back. Hold on. Uh-oh. Jeff McCain gave me this micro rod, and I went out and bought one of these Lose Custom XP Speed Spin. I've never had a Lose product. These are $100 at Bass Pro, but I got it at the outlet store for $40. 40 or 45, I forget. There's nothing wrong with it. I've used it. I caught a fish live online with you guys. I caught actually a nice bass on this little rod. I mean, uh-oh. It was already broken, you guys. I had to do that for you. I broke it. I stepped on it yesterday, right in the middle. And that was intentional. I don't want you guys to think I just broke a perfectly good rod. No, seriously, James, that rod was broken. It was completely my fault, though. Like I said, what happened was I was trying to get around a tree that had all these limbs hanging off, and it caught on my camera on the YOLOtech. And I ran back there, and as I was jumping from the front to the back, I stepped right on it, right in the middle of it, and just cracked it. So, yeah, I don't want you guys to think that I just broke a rod for no reason, because that would be asinine. And Jeff McCain gave me that, so I feel really bad. I felt bad yesterday. I tried to call him, but he didn't answer. I really like the reel, though. The reel, I'm going to buy another micro rod and put that reel on it. Answer Joe Bali. What did he say? Hold on, I gotta find it. I am out of hats, you guys, right now. So that, I'm sorry. Thank you, Todd. Joe, anybody else that wants hats, I am in the process of, I'm gonna order more. What colors do you guys want? Like straight up white, Randy? I'm trying to think of like a general so people are real into the pink and gray. I am gonna get a few of those. There's some red, white, and black. And then probably do the stitching in red on those. Any other colors? I still have my Heritage MJB hat. Yeah. I thought the brown ones would be more popular, like especially for the Heritage folks. But they're gone. I had how many did I get? Shit. 38 hats were the initial run in different colors and stuff, and they're all gone. Blue and white. I am going to do blue and white. That was something that Todd Connolly had asked about. We're going to do like a back the blue run, probably 10 of them. It's expensive, you guys. I mean, basically it's like $5-6 for the hat and $8 for stitching. And then shipping's another $8. I was selling them for like 23 to 26 bucks depending on shipping, and I basically get $5 per hat. And I really don't care about the money so much, but it's not a cheap endeavor, especially when you're buying in bulk. Sky camo. Yeah, for sure. I'm probably going to do hats this month. I'll buy them. Last time I bought them, it took about 10 days for the hats to get here and then 14 days basically to have them done at this embroidery place in Branson. And they did really good. I'm going to change up the embroidery though. Like this is Drake's baseball hat from his school. And if you guys can see, I really like this raised stitching. I mean, I really am a big fan of this. And then they got their Panther logo on the back. I don't do fitted hats for you guys because not everybody likes fitted hats, and all fitted hats fit people differently, and I'm real picky about fitted hats. This one just happens to be perfect. So yeah. I am an electrician. I'm a few things bred for bass. I was a union bricklayer I'm still a bricklayer, but for 12 years I was a union bricklayer in Seattle, and I was a 5th generation bricklayer in my family, but my back just couldn't take it anymore. I can still do it, but I won't go do it for work. I'll do it for myself, and that's it. After that, I'm also an aerospace mechanic and electrician, and I was a union electrician for a long time. So a little bit of everything. I can do a lot. But right now, yes, Stephen Wolf is correct. I did add a circuit in my garage just because I needed it for my stereo system and stuff in here, and charging for all the electric batteries for all the tools. Yeah, I was a commercial electrician in Tucson from 2004 till 17, and then I went to work for the Department of Defense as an aerospace electrician, which I worked for Boeing for 5 years between being an electrician and being a bricklayer. So I have a journeyman card and 3 ergas, which I take a lot of pride in that, because people like to give people shit that didn't go to college. I went to college, but college doesn't pay me anywhere near the stuff I know how to do. Well, I got paid in a fishing tournament a few weeks ago, so I think I forfeited my college eligibility. Olive, dark gray. Olive. I like that. I like that color combination with maybe white writing on it. I didn't win. I got 2nd place. I'm here to tell you, there is a video coming. It's going to be late. For those of you that didn't hear me, my computer went down It was in the middle of updating and our power went out. And like during that update, my whole computer crashed. I lost everything, and I was done editing that video. I just had to do some voiceover stuff, like explaining what I was doing, because the only camera that was on didn't have audio, and it was pouring down rain that day. So you wouldn't have heard me talk anyway. But I need to redo that, and I haven't done it yet. But you'll see. I lost a big one. Without saying it, but saying it, we would have won the tournament with that fish. It was at least a 4, if not a 5, and first, second, and third were separated by ounces, like 3-4 ounces each position. Steve Miller had the biggest bag, then myself and my father-in-law, and then Jeff McCain and his son. So. Right on, Peter. That's not true. I think Peter's a professional at something. He's a nice guy. You guys should know this. Right on, Christopher. Thank you for your service. You know what, guys? If I could go back, now, I don't know if they would have let me in, because by the time I was 18, 19, my body was trash from hockey. I don't know if the military would have let me in, but I kind of wish I could have done that experience. After working for the Department of Defense and being around a lot of those guys, it kind of made me look back and wish I would have tried. Funny story. When I was about 15, the Marine Corps recruiter came to school, and, you know, I got all jazzed about it because my dad was a Marine. And I came home from school that day. I'm like, Dad, the Marine Corps recruiter came to class today. And he just looked at me. He goes, don't bother. You won't make it. And he just left the room. He might have been right. But, you know, that's the kind of one thing after being a part of that action and working on fighter planes and being around, the majority of people I worked with were military or ex-military. And I really look back at that and wish I would have been able to do that. So kudos to you guys that did. I am jealous, but I'm grateful for all of you. Mark Baker, here, they won't show that for some reason, but I'll show it because somebody's got to do it. If you guys look back up in the comments, Mark Baker has highlighted his profession. It's kind of like being a hand model. Misty is, hey, for you guys that don't have a professional, Misty is now my tax professional. We had one in Arizona we used for about 15, 16 years, but he only does that, Arizona. So when we moved here and met Misty, she took care of us, and Misty is our tax professional at this point. So if you guys, I don't know what states Misty can practice in, if she can do multiple states, but if you're in Missouri, I highly suggest using her. It went great for us. Yeah, Misty is also spearheading the Fireball sponsorship. Anything that comes from that is due to Misty's hard work. And yeah, Misty did a ton of footwork and real work to make the food happen and sponsorship happen for the food. So you guys need to know that. Yeah. Everybody's got their own niche. Everybody's got a career, or they do something, or they're retired. Jim Matthews just retired, and for those of you that follow him on Facebook, him and his wife Becky have had like a ball, it looks like. The minute Jim retired, they got in the car, I think, and just drove across the country, and every time they stopped, they were drinking beer in a cool place. So kudos to Jim if you're watching, or if you see this later. Yeah, I mean, everybody that's on here does something to contribute. And, for some reason, we're all on here together, and I mean, there's some electricians, there's some policemen, there's some military, there's accountants, medical coders and billers, sex toy models, a little bit of everything. So, maintenance supervisor at the high school and baseball coach. Now, that's completely admirable, Joe. I couldn't imagine coaching high school kids right now the way that they are. I hope the athletes at least have a level head. I know Drake's school, all the kids that play ball and their parents are pretty good people. So, I kind of stopped coaching sports because I saw it going in a direction I didn't like. I coached hockey for a very long time at a high level. And then I coached Little League when Drake was young. And I mean, when kids are 5, 6, 7 years old and everybody's parents think their kid's going to the show, it's just, to me, ridiculous. They need to be set straight. I took a cue out of my dad's handbook when he coached hockey. He'd have a team meeting at the beginning of the year, and he would basically look at all these parents, right? And these are high school, middle school age kids, and basically told them, none of your kids are going to play in the NHL. If that's why you're here, you're in the wrong place. And there's a lot of truth to that, but it bursts a lot of bubbles and it pisses a lot of people off. But at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. Less than 1% get a sniff. So you got to be realistic. Ultimately, if you're not there for your kid to have a good time and it's a social thing, you're wasting money. The parents were the biggest problem ever, Steve. Most of the kids were good. Some of the kids had their egos were so out of line because of their parents' behavior. So ultimately, yes, it's the parents' fault for most of these athletic kids' failures. Christopher is going to be in Kentucky real soon. I can't wait. We are going to hook up. When are you moving, Christopher? Where's the world's largest casino, James? I thought it was the MGM. It seems big. It takes like an hour to walk from end to end. Two weeks, right on, dude. We're going to hook up. So on July 8th, my buddy is coming in, my best friend from childhood. We played hockey together when we were little, like 6. He's flying in July 8th, and the plan is, work permitting, or not work permitting, but weather permitting, we're going to take the Heritage from one end of Bull Shoals to the other. It's about an 80-mile trip. And we're gonna try that. See if we can pull it off. And then I'll be able to go to places like Memphis and Kentucky. I'm going back to Chicago. Anybody in the Chicago area, I am going to be up there probably end of August. put the boat in Lake Michigan. We're going to go through the locks again and go downtown Chicago. And we're going to catch some fish this time. WinStar. I'm going to a casino tomorrow called Indigo. But I'm just meeting Steve there. I don't know. If I hear slot machines going crazy, I might have to go in and throw some dice. I'm not a big slot guy. I do like to play craps. Gizmo, I'll be up there for sure. It's happening. I just, there's a few things I got to do before that, and that'll be next. Oh, Knoxville's on the other side of the state. David, you've missed everything except the grand prize giveaway, which we're going to do here in a few minutes. Hey, yeah, Steve, I will, I'll definitely let you guys know when I'm coming. We'll definitely get together. We had a good time. All right, I'm going to have a little fireball, and we're going to give away this, whatever you guys want, the spinning rod, the bait caster. Okay. If the, say you pick the bait caster and the right-hand model is out, I'm going to find a suitable replacement in the same $100 category, if that's okay. Let me know if that's not okay. For those of you that would pick a right-handed bait casting combo, if you're not going to pick the bait casting combo, I guess it's a non-issue. But I want you guys to be happy. I don't want to give you something you don't want. Any news on the tournament? The next tournament? Yes. And in fact, I believe Misty, are you going fishing tomorrow with us, or is it just Steve? We've been talking about this. We're trying to basically line up the name for the club and some sponsorship. And as soon as that happens, we were going to basically put together another tournament. And we were hoping to find out this week, and we haven't yet. So basically, though, regardless of any sponsorship, we're going to do it again. For sure. Hopefully. Oh, okay. So we'll be brainstorming about the tournament tomorrow for sure. It's probably going to be later this summer, but I do want to give people plenty of time if they want to come. You know, and I understand, you know, there's people have to work, there's logistics, people have families and obligations, and not everybody can come. But I do want to give people enough time to think about it. So I think if we do something, it's going to be closer to Labor Day weekend-ish, would be my guess, for something big like that. We might have some local things that everybody's welcome to come. But I think we're going to try and put together another big event this year. And, you know, in between that, we'll have club events. So everything moving forward is going to be like a club event. So, and we've had some discussion about if we're going to do charity stuff or not. And I think, for the most part, I think we're going to do club events without charities, and all the money will stay within the club. And that's something that Misty and I talked about, basically for tax reasons. So it'll be cash events and cash payouts, and we can avoid a lot of BS in between. And as far as like some of the learning curve of having your own tournament, that I learned was like where we had it at Port of Kimberling was an awesome place. It was a perfect place to have a tournament. You can stay there. You don't have to go anywhere. Everything is there. There's a catch though. Some of these places require insurance bonds. And so $400 of, it was donated money, but it's still, that money could have went towards the tournament, to prizes, to other things. So if we have club events, we can have them, we can designate our launch sites at places that don't require stuff like that. And that money can stay within the club. And, you know, the prize pool and stuff like that, rather than, you know, spend it on stuff like that, because all of us should have insurance on our boats and insurance on ourselves. So it's not something that I think I want to do again, is hold an event at a place that requires a bond. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's where I'm at. And Misty and I think, agree on that. Jay, in the future, there are going to be events in other places. I'd love to go up to Washington and do one in my hometown. I know there's quite a contingency of people that own these boats up in the Pacific Northwest, and I'd love to go do something up there. I might not haul my boat up there, so I might have to either run the event, not fish, or fish on someone else's boat. Yeah, like Misty said, I think all bass tournaments that I've fished in require the boat owner to have insurance. So when we do this, there's going to have to be a way that you show proof of insurance. At sign up, or it's going to be informal, but you should have your insurance, your fishing license. Your boat should be properly registered when you go out there. And number one, for yourself, to not get in trouble. And number two, not to embarrass the club. Yeah, and there'll always be a waiver. I don't know how we're going to do this club thing. But like I said, I want it to be inclusive. People that might have different boats or bigger motors, I don't want to not include them if they want to be a part of it. But we will have rules. And Mark Newman made a good point. We could have a speed limit rule. You know, no faster than 40 miles an hour or 38, whatever the fastest boat with a 50 horse or 75 on it can do, which you'll find that the Tracker Heritages, or excuse me, that Classics and XLs with a 50 horse will basically go faster than a 175 with a 75 on it. Or damn near the same. So under 40 mile an hour would probably be our policy. And if you get caught doing it, you're out. I think people will understand that and abide by that. I believe that. We can monitor the speeds. Yeah, I mean, you'll see them. You know, people have eyes. I have cameras on all the time. And you got to take their word for it until they get in trouble. I can tell you right now, the guy I fished with in his 68 mile an hour bass boat over the weekend, he caught 3 fish yesterday on his boat, and I caught 15 plus. So it doesn't really matter about the speed, but I do understand people's thought on that, and that's why I'll give them enough rope. But if you break the rules, you're out, and you forfeit your money. You can't win. That's just the way I see it. And like I said, there's going to be a group of people in this club that make decisions, and ultimately the whole group. We can vote on stuff, and if it becomes a problem, we can just choose not to do that. But I think at the beginning, we should trust people and let them, you know, decide if they want to do things the right way. And if they don't, we can move away from that. But I think we should be inclusive. Don, I agree. I do agree with that, but I'm willing to try. And if people, I mean, I have no problem kicking somebody out. I've been kicked out of a lot of hockey games. I know how to do it. But I do. I want to give people a chance. I'm not afraid to give people a chance. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's up to them to do the right thing. And, you know, you're right. You can't really prove it. But you can tell. You can tell when somebody's going over 40 miles an hour on the water is hauling ass compared to 32. So if they're going over 40, well, I hope fishermen have more integrity than the rest of society. That's my hope. And I think we do. It like so it doesn't relate to fishing at all, but in golf, right? I believe that if you lie about getting a hole in one in golf, you'll never get one. It's one of those deals. You just have to have integrity. I have a ton of, yeah, I do have a ton of good hockey fight stories. No, I don't talk about that a lot on here. It seems like a lifetime ago, but I do have some good ones that people might shake their head at and be like, "You're out of your goddamn mind, Mark." But radar gun. Well, yeah. If one of you fine officers on the channel wants to bring one, we can point it around. But you can almost tell by the sound of a boat how fast it's going. So I don't know. I mean, and we'll see. You guys got to remember, we have over 400 people on the tournament page, and 30 people, 15 boats showed up at the tournament. One boat had a big motor on it. And he did not abuse he didn't haul ass anywhere. I saw him. Mark Newman's boat, I think, has a 150 on it. And he called me the night before because he said he didn't realize that everybody had a smaller boat motor. And at that point, he was already here. And I just indicated to him that he couldn't go over 40 miles an hour. And he said, no problem. And he didn't, that I saw. And I trust him. So he was willing to not fish in the tournament. And I told him that was ridiculous. Hey, Jeff. I got to tell you a little story before okay, this ties right in. We're going to give away the rod and reel package. So, in a minute, but Jeff, I made a big mistake fishing yesterday, and then I kind of made a joke tonight. But yesterday, I tried to call you. You just refused to answer. You're probably doing something important. So, yesterday, I was fishing back in a cove, and the tree got wrapped around the GoPro setup. And I was running back there to get it because I thought it was going to break off and go into the lake. And I stepped on the micro pole you gave me. And I feel totally bad about it. But basically, for likes on the video, I bent it and really broke it. But I broke it standing on it yesterday. I'm sorry. So, moving forward. All right. We're going to give away the rod and reel package. Like I said, what? That's not right, James. I didn't see any of that. I was on the lake with my family today, actually. I put all the rods away and we went out and swam. I didn't watch any fishing. But But in any one of my events, it's 100 feet. Should be 100 yards, depending on the lake. But like if you're at Table Rock Lake and you're 100 yards from another fisherman, you're a jerk. It's a 60-mile sanctuary of fishing. You do not have to be on top of each other. In a professional event, I would kick that guy's ass. Or I would trim my motor up and shower him. Seems fair. The guy had a chance to win a ton of money and some clown wants to do that. That's not right. Yeah, if I had a rod locker, I wouldn't have done that. That's the first rod I've messed up on my boat in 3.5 years. The last time I broke a rod, I put it in a car and slammed the tip in the door. That was 10 years ago. I usually take pretty good care of my stuff, and I was mad. And Jeff gave that to me. So that kind of bothered me because it was a gift. Just the tip, Workman. All right. So there's people on here that weren't when I talked earlier. So we're going to give away that package right now. Basically, you have your choice between the Whitebird spinning combo by Favorite, the Viridian bait casting combo. The right hand option may be out of stock, so it'd only be a left hand. If that's the case, I'll find a suitable replacement with the same value. Or you can have a Shimano SLX reel. That's a $99 value by itself with no rod. So you have an option. And like I said, if you win this, email me your name, address, and which one you want. If it's one that's not available when I order it tomorrow, I'll reach out to you and we'll discuss which one. I want you to be happy. So mjbfishingllc@gmail.com is where you need to email me your information and which choice you want. And like I said, if there's an issue, I'll reach out directly to you. Leave your phone number too. I can call you and we can talk through it and we'll figure out a solution for a $100 combo that works for you. Okay? Or the Shimano reel. It's $100 value. So Fishbrain. Check out Fishbrain. That's who I'm going to order it through. When I bought my favorite rods through them, it went real smooth and it was a great experience for me. I know Todd Connolly had a different experience, but that wasn't Favorite fault. That was the Postal Service's fault. They busted his rods in half. So I hope that it didn't happen to me. It didn't happen to Steve Miller, but things happen when stuff is in the mail. And if that happens, it'll get fixed. It'll get taken care of. So at any rate, let's give that away. Yeah, they have a great fishing department. They got a lot of good deals too. For those of you that don't know, these Favorite Defender rods are $99 a piece normally. I got them. They were marked down to $75, and then there was 15% off of that. So it came out to about $62 a rod delivered. That's a pretty good deal. And these combos, I believe, are $100, and I think there's 5% off. So it's not that big of a deal, but it's with tax, it's $100. All right. I'm gonna go to the comment picker. We're gonna see if anybody's thrown their name in the hat. We had 91. We have 92 unique commenters right now. Not quite our biggest giveaway. I think we had 101 or 2 a couple of giveaways ago, but 92 is a lot. I mean, we used to have 30. then 40 and 50. So it's growing. And we'll keep doing it. As long as you guys keep showing up and being interested, we'll keep doing this. And, you know, a lot of the recent giveaways have been sponsored. And, you know, that's a big deal. And Misty is also working on sponsorship for giveaways. So the more of that happens, if you know people in the fishing industry that want to donate stuff for us to give away, let me know. Put me in contact with them, and we'll see what we can do. I mean, the more the merrier, right? Okay. Sorry about that rant. But this is for the rod or reel giveaway, or combo, etc., whatever you're into. Are you guys ready? Here we go. Ralph Slayton. Ralph Slayton, are you online? Let's see if Ralph's online. Yeah, I could ship fireballs. You know what? That's a good idea, Steven. I think the next time I do a giveaway, I'm going to buy that bucket of fireballs with the individual ones, and everybody that wins something will get a fireball in their kit. Hey, Maggie.
Hi.
What are you doing? That's okay. It's hot. Come here.
Hi.
Maggie wanted to say hi to you guys.
Bye.
Did Ralph show up, you guys? All right, Neeper. Maggie.
What?
Everybody's saying hi, and you ran away. Even Stephen Wolf's daughter says hi, or his kids. Sorry, I don't know the orientation. Everybody said hi, Maggie. Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
We're not done yet. I don't think Ralph Slayton's here. Nobody go anywhere. You still have a chance. All right. You guys, I'm going to give Ralph Slayton 15 seconds to show up. Okay? I'm going back to the comment generator. All right. No Ralph Slayton, and okay. Aunt Wendy loves you.
I love you, Aunt Wendy.
All right. Here we go again, you guys. Ralph Slayton is sleeping. Here we go. Efren Marquez. Is Efren Marquez online still? Go get Grip. No. Go get Griffey. Is he outside?
No.
Go let him out. Please. Hold on, Glenn.
Outside. He's outside.
Oh, shit. Everybody said hi. Marcia, Peter, John, Todd, Larry, Glenn, Christy, Joe. Okay, we got a problem. we got a problem. This is a new problem. I don't know how to handle it. I'm going to let the 59 people that are on here make this decision, Ralph and Efren. We had called Ralph's name out, and it was several minutes had gone by, and he wasn't on. And as we gave it to Efren, Ralph chimed in. So I need a show of hands. What? Are you? Hold on. Stop what I'm saying. Are you serious about that? For you that just texted me, hold on. Hold the phone. Text me back and tell me that you're serious about that. We have an anonymous donor. Okay. Ralph and Efren, you have both won your choice of a $100 combo. One of our donors has offered to make sure that this happens. Yeah, thank you. You know who you are. I'll call you later. Both of you have won a $100 combo. This was not a setup. This was purely accidental. And the donor that is doing this is doing it out of the kindness of their heart. So I'm glad that we could do this without having some vote and somebody getting hurt. Both of you have won. Efren, I have your info. You need to email me though and let me know what you want. A spinning rod, a bait casting combo, right or left-handed, or the Shimano SLX reel. Ralph, the same thing for you. And both of you, it's mjbfishingllc@gmail.com. Congratulations to both of you. And I can't thank our subscribers enough that make this happen. Thank you guys. Thank you for your generosity. I am touched. I think we all are. I'm at a loss for words. I'm very grateful for the people that make this happen. Ralph is here. Hold on, you guys. I'm just catching up on the comments. Right on. For all of you guys that are leaving, thank you for being here. I appreciate every one of you. I'll see you guys next month. And probably going to have a Facebook page by Tuesday for the new group. I will go live on YouTube to tell you where to go for that if you're interested. I'll also do probably drop the same video on the tournament page itself on Facebook. And, you know, we'll start our new chapter as a club, as a family. And again, thank you for everybody's generosity and all of your time. I appreciate every one of you. I'm not going anywhere if you guys want to hang out. I know a lot of people are going to bug out, but I still got some White Claws and some Fireball. So have a good night, Joe. Good night to everybody. I see so many comments happening fast. It's hard for me to keep up. Yeah. On your way out, please hit the like button, and if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. It's free. It doesn't cost anything, and every bit of that helps the channel create money for these giveaways. That's what it's for, you guys. I'm having a mango right now. I like the mango and the black cherry. I haven't tried the watermelon yet, but we'll get there. Yeah, Drake found a crappie. It's the first crappie out of this Bull Shoals that my boat has seen. I don't really try for them, but they're in here. There's big crappie in here. Right on, everybody. Hockey fight story. Well, I'll give you two big ones. You can't do this stuff anymore without going to jail, okay? So when I was 15, 16, I was playing on a junior hockey team of guys that were as old as 21. And we were up in Canada for a game on a Friday night, and I was going out to see the trainer to get a calf massage. Anyway, I went to leave the locker room, and two of the bigger guys on my team decided to step in the middle of the doorway and ask me where I was going. I'm like, I'm going to get a massage from Rebecca. And they're like, no, you're not. And I knew right then what was happening. If anybody's seen Youngblood, getting shaved in hockey is a real thing. I don't know anymore, but back in the 80s and 90s, you could still have that done to you as a rookie. So anyway, that happened, and I was all irritated. And during that game, I had a guy come down on me. I was a defenseman. And I was a defensive defenseman that fought. That was my job. I never scored more than 16 goals in a season, but I'd have 300 minutes and penalties. So you get the gist. Anyway, guy's coming down my side of the ice, and he basically tees up a slap shot right at me. Like, he's 5 feet in front of me. He did it on purpose. It's not something weird. People do it all the time. They try to scare you. As soon as he teed it up, I put my stick up basically right in his chest and just pitchforked him, dropped him. Like, he was out of commission. Well, his buddy didn't like that, so he comes flying across the ice. As he gets about 10 feet from me, I put my stick back up. He skates right into it, and the thing just exploded right in the middle. Fiberglass everywhere. And thus created a huge fight. 5-on-5. Goalies getting involved to make it a 6-on-6 brawl. And I had to end up fighting two guys because the goalie, knocked our goalie out and got involved with me and the other guy. And I did pretty good. I was young. I was one of the youngest people in the league at this time. And I got them both. But I also got a 30-day suspension for that. What I ended up getting suspended for was I got a double match penalty for spearing, which basically meant I speared two people. It was a violent interaction. That is no bullshit. That happened. That was wild, and so that's a good one. Then, well, I'll tell you three. There's three big ones, and so a year later we were playing. No, it was same year. Excuse me, same year we were playing a college team of much older people than us. They could have been any age. And they were kicking our ass. They were better. They were older, stronger, bigger. And we went, after the first period, we were losing like 5-0. And we come out for the second period, and as soon as they drop the puck, it's on. All 5 of their guys jump our guys, and they're beating the shit out of them. Like, our guys don't know what to do that are on the ice. They're just like taking a beating. And I'm looking at the coach like, can we go? And he's like, no, no, no. And my coach had Tracy Burris was his name. He had like the back of my jersey. I was trying to jump over the boards and get out there, and they're like, no. And all of a sudden, one of their guys jumps the boards. And as soon as that happened, Tracy let me go. And both benches cleared, and we're hauling ass across the ice. And basically, there's 35, 40 dudes out there fighting at the same time. There's guys skating around sucker punching people that weren't looking. Like, a lot of people got hurt. And the way that this rink was the walkway. Basically, people could like stand over the glass and look down on the ice. And there were probably 1,000 people there watching this, and they're going ape shit. And I fought 5 different dudes that night, and I did great up until the last guy. But between that, I'm fighting with a guy, and the referee's in between us, and the referees put their patches on with Velcro, depending on what league they're reffing that game, so they could put a different patch on, you know. Well, I'm fighting with this guy, and this guy is basically giving up, and his arms are down, and I'm still teeing off on him, and the referee's like, stop, stop. And I just ripped his patch right off his jersey and threw it over my head up into the stands. That got me in big trouble. I didn't know at the time, but you don't do that. Anyway, I did that, and then as I was skating away, we were all kind of peeling off and going to our own benches, and cops were starting to show up, and you know, basically to control the crowd, because they were trying to get on the ice. And this guy said something like, hey, tough guy, where are you going? You know, and at this time I'm 5-0, and so I'm like, yeah, I turn around, I'm getting ready to fight him. That dude punched me right in the forehead and knocked me to my knees. Like, and I'm on my knees looking up at him, and the guy could have killed me. At that point, I was like, and he just skated away. Like, he knew he was going to kick my ass. That dude was probably 26 years old, like 10 years older than me. And, but I took it like a man, got up and went home, dust myself up. There was about 30 cops in the parking lot keeping the people away from us as we got in our vans to leave. You know, but that was hockey back then. Now that shit doesn't fly. Like, you'd be in jail for some of it. And the last story was probably, I got more, but this was the last one that really settled me down. I was probably in my mid-20s. I was working for Boeing. And I was working at Boeing, and I was playing men's league with, you know, a bunch of ex-professional guys, ex-college guys. It was very high level. It was full contact, which was ridiculous for a men's league of dudes that were basically done or washed up, and, you know, everybody's going to work the next day. This was on Monday nights. We had games at 8 and 10. So, and they usually turned into games at 8 and 10, and then we'd end up, Applebee's was the sponsor of the league. And so we'd be there till they closed. So Tuesdays always sucked. And I end up, this guy slashes me right, like full slash, like right across my chest. And I was like, I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, you want to go? I said, yes, absolutely. So as we're getting ready to fight, all of a sudden, one of his teammates hit me from behind, and I was about 6 feet from the boards, and I just went head first into the boards in a heap. And as I got kind of collected myself, I got up. Both dudes had a hold of each shoulder, and they're both teeing off on me from both sides. And the referee's in between looking at me, and he's holding my arms down. And I'm like, let me go. And I'm getting punched simultaneously. And I'm like, let me go. He's like, no, no, no. No, no, no. And I'm like, you need to let me go. And after getting hit about 10, 11 times, I lost my cool. and I reached up under his arms as he had my arms pinned down. As soon as I jerked him real hard, he let go with one arm, and I forearmed him right in the nose, and it exploded. Blood everywhere. Everywhere. Both dudes that were hitting me stopped immediately and kind of backed off. The referee of the game is yelling at my team, like, get him off the ice. And they're like, you get him off the ice. Like, what I did was wrong. There's no doubt about it. But at some point, like, I was getting the shit beat out of me. So, you know, I had to do something. I didn't want to get knocked out. That's for sure. And both the guys that were teeing off on me, we all played at a very high level. They knew exactly what they were doing. It wasn't like two nobodies were hitting me. It was dudes that one-on-one it would have been a good fight. But I'm fighting two of these guys. And I ended up getting a 3-year ban from USA Hockey. Period. Couldn't coach, I could barely even go into an ice arena. But shit happens, you know, and I'm going to protect myself no matter what. So there's a few stories to chew on. Yeah, I mean, I was a goon. My mom is right here. Marsha Lyons is right here. I played her son Brian and I. That's who I'm going on this trip with. We've been getting in trouble since 4th grade. I mean, this is all legitimate stuff. But like I said, you know, it calmed me down. I kind of realized that was when things changed in hockey anyway, that you couldn't just go out and do some dumb shit on the ice and it stayed on the ice. It started to spill over into legal stuff, and you couldn't do that anymore. You just couldn't. You'd end up in jail or getting sued. And, you know, I kind of wised up, but I'd do it again. If somebody was really taking advantage of me and somebody was stopping that from, you know, me protecting myself, I'm going to do whatever it takes. Fireball. I hope you guys don't think less of me. I'm a lover now. Have a good night, Glenn. Yeah, it's coming. I was holding out. I was holding out for the Fireball company's, you know, blessing, but I think we're going to move forward. We can always change the name later, but we need to get this club thing going while it's fresh, while people are interested, and keep that ball, that momentum moving, and grow this club into something that we can be proud of, all of us. It's something that's important to me, and I know a lot of other people have reached out to me. It's important to them, and I want to see where this can go for all of us. I like Fisher of Men, but we have a lot of women that like to participate, Todd. I'm going to go back and look at some of these comments. I didn't see any of them as I was... What am I catching them with? Ned rigs and spinner baits up in the bushes. Larry, you know, I don't know what your end of the lake looks like, but mine is 35 plus feet high. The fish are everywhere. They're anywhere from 30 feet right up to the shoreline. It's slowed down. I'm not going to lie. I've out here. Let me think. Shoot, like when I was seriously fishing, not online, talking to you guys, I'm getting 3 to 5 in like 4 hours. But I'm moving around too. I'm trying to figure out where they went when the water went straight up. And we're not done yet. Table Rock is high. I got my season's pass. I like that one, Misty. I got a season's pass for the state parks and any Core Lake parking. It's $40 for the year. And I asked the guy, he's all, well, it's Bull Shoals' fault. And I'm like, Bull Shoals looks like shit right now. How is it our fault? Well, Bull Shoals is so full right now that Table Rock can't empty into Taneycomo into our lake. So it's like a problem because I guess if they open Bull Shoals, and maybe you can correct me, Larry, it's going to flood some farmland and that's going to upset everybody down in Arkansas. So right now it's kind of this game. And I think what they're hoping is for some of this water to evaporate on its own. So I don't know. My dad, he wasn't at those games. That's when I was on the Ironman. He was coaching his own thing at that time, but he knew. I mean, you can't play for 30 days or whatever. You know, these suspensions were big like usually one game would have been a suspension normal. You get in 3 fights in a game, you get suspended for the next game, stuff like that. Or in the last 5 minutes of a game, if you got in a fight, you were suspended for the next game. But Dad wasn't proud, but he gets it. Like he knew, everybody knew what I did. Like it was my thing, I guess you could say, and I was good at it. Nobody stood in front of the net without an eye behind their head when they knew I was there. I'd lay wood to them. But that was how it was played back then. So it wasn't like I was doing anything totally wrong back then, but if you did it now, you'd be in big trouble. You did, Mom. These were all games when I was traveling. Have a good night, Christopher. This was when I was on the Ironman, Marcia. Brian wasn't on that team. I'm still looking. Let's see, you guys. Fishtails. American Fishers Association. Yeah. Nobody wants to get in trouble anymore is not the thing to do. Absolutely, Ralph. Yeah, my ramp basically went from being able to, you could launch your boat and 10 boats and trailers could park at an angle all the way up at least, and then there's parking up top. Now you cannot park the ramp. I mean, there's literally, the ramp went from being 100 feet wide to 40 feet wide and way up. So, usually Tabitha, I got it pretty good. You guys know that, but she's teaching summer school at school now. So if I want to go out, I have to do my own thing. And hopefully there's not a bunch of people there, which there hasn't been. So good night, Peter. Me too, Mark. I'm all about the Ned rig. I don't know what it is. I think fish, especially at these lakes that are like epic bass fishing fisheries, these fish see everything. Literally every lure that you can think of that's at the store, they've seen it. So you got to bring something different. And I don't know if people just don't fish the Ned rig here. I know they do at Table Rock just because it's a huge smallmouth fishery. So is Bull Shoals, but I've caught a ton of, like on Friday, I was at the dam and the small island and then a rock, basically ledge fishing, and that's all I threw. I caught a few on the jig, but as soon as that Ned rig would fall down the cliff, basically you throw it up to the wall, there would be like a 5-foot shelf, and as soon as that bait hopped along and dropped down the shelf, bam. So they were probably coming out of those little insets in the cliffs that you can't see. And I swear by the Ned rig. I've been buying a package almost every time I went to the store in a different flavor. I've tried them all. Right now, my most successful were just a green pumpkin, or it's like an Okeechobee color. I don't know what they call it, but it's got like a purple and green flake. Good night, Bob. Bob, and by the way, I love all of the things that you send me on Facebook Messenger, especially the corncob butter thing. I can't believe people make this stuff and get paid. Ah, who said recreational? I like that. Does anybody else like David Hood's idea? Because I like that one. Griffey, settle down. By the way, we had Griffey out in the boat today. He loved it. You want to say hi, Griff? Say hi. Oh. The Griffey man. Oh, it's finally cooling off here. Hey. Castaways. I don't know. You guys, this can't be up to me completely, but I thought I liked my simple one, but I am kind of partial to David Hood's recreational fishing club. I like the wreck part, because at this point I'm getting wrecked. Drift away. Maybe come sail away. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me. No? Griffey, for the love of all that's holy. I'm on a thing. We have too many police officers in our group to be doing that, Mark. Griffey? Come on. Come on. Go in the house. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Oh my goodness. Party we're having. Steve, I kind of like that. I do like where your head's at. More generic, in case we want to have a crappie tournament or a catfish tournament, or heaven forbid we do a muskie tournament. And walleye are prevalent in the Midwest. And if we go other places, If I go to Seattle, we could end up out in the saltwater, or San Diego, or the East Coast, Florida. We could have a redfish tournament down in the Gulf. Who knows? I've never caught it, but it sounds like fun. Griffey is a silver Labrador. I agree, Steve. Boaters Anonymous. We all have problems with buying fishing equipment, right? Yeah. So Bread for Bass, I and others are going to spearhead a club. Anybody from anywhere can join. As far as tournaments go, I think in the near future, we got to have people in other places that want to, under the club umbrella, basically do events in their area. Somebody's got to spearhead that. I can't be everywhere. I wish I could, you guys. If I had it like that, I would do a tournament once a month in a different state. I really would. People talk about a dream job. That's my dream. To be able to just go hang out with all of you in different places and go fishing. That sounds like a pretty legit job. Recreational castaways. I like it, Stephen. I agree. See, and Stephen needs to move to the Midwest because, well, I don't know. I think if me and him were together, we'd get in a lot of trouble. Prestige worldwide, wide. Well, and Jay, and that's the deal. Like, I think we, under the umbrella of whatever the club name is, I want you guys. Okay, you guys all know my email address, mjbfishingllc@gmail.com. Email me your suggestion. I'm going to make a list. I'm going to be with Steve and Misty all day tomorrow. We'll work it out. We're going to name this club this week. We're going to get the ball rolling. And as far as tournaments and other places that I can't be at right now, I'm not saying in the future that's not going to happen, but right now, we need people that are interested and motivated to build up that in their area. And I'll do whatever I can. I'll be the voice. No problem. But as far as the physical location and physical well-being of the club and any other vicinity, we need motivated people that believe in it and that want to basically push it. And it's not that you have to push it. People that want to be there will be there. And people that don't won't. Who won what, Jacob? Hold on. All right. Ralph Slayton And Efren Marquez won the rods and reels. We were giving away one. We ended up giving away two. There was roughly $300 worth of stuff given away tonight. And real thankful for our about 150 of it came from me, and 150 came from other people. So, and it didn't, I mean, it came from my earnings from YouTube. So it's what I like to do with that money. Now, if I was getting a ton of it, I would be able to travel around and do these things, but I don't. I mean, essentially, you guys, I get a couple $100 a month from YouTube. With what I am doing and how many subscribers and how many views, it equates to about $200 a month. If anybody ever wants to know, that's what you get. If everything multiplied, you'd get more. But 2,400 subscribers, roughly 2,000 views every, what is it, every 48 hours. And it's like 25,000 minutes viewed. That's what it equates to. These are facts. It's like, so if anybody's, got visions of starting a YouTube channel, you need a lot of people and a lot of viewing to make any real money. These are just the way it is. And it takes a long time. Yeah, it's bred for bass. It took me over a year to get 1,000, and I did take breaks in between then because I took a big break after I did the trip to New York, and I dropped the ball on filming all that, and I lost half the footage getting there because my hard drive died. And I was frustrated. Honestly, I didn't know what to do after I got home, and I felt defeated that I had lost all that footage, and I kind of took a break. And then, you go through these phases where you run out of ideas, and and I don't really like to copy people. I could, there's people that talk about stuff every day about fishing, whether it's about this boat or anything. And it's like, 1,000 people will make the same video about the same thing. If to succeed, you just have to do it better than them or be more entertaining than them. And, it's tough. You have to come up with fresh ideas, and consistency is the key. If you can put out a video a week or 2 videos a week and keep that ball rolling, over time, you will build a big enough audience. And here's the deal. I have 2,400 and something subscribers, but about 18% of them, of my views, come from subscribers. That's an interesting number. So, and you should be able to see that. I don't know, and once you get monetized, you might get to see more analytics than you see right now. But yeah, once you get over 1,000 subscribers and you start getting monetized, you will see all these weird things. Like, there's people in Sweden watching my videos. I don't know who they are. I have no idea. Iceland? If Fireball wants to sponsor us, I'm going to throw it out there that I'll wrap my boat in Fireball if they pay for it. That would be badass. Fishing's, I don't know. Most of us aren't bums, though. Fishing bums. Fishing is a better way. Fishing therapy. Therapy through fishing club. I don't know. There's a million ideas. I just want something that everybody's gonna glue to. Inflate a life vest by wearing a bee. Well, I'll inflate a life vest every episode if somebody sends me a fresh cartridge. By the way, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I have it somewhere. Oh no, I put it in my jacket. Yeah, you guys should know that James Schaefer paid for that little exhibit of the life vest exploding. Good night, John. Hook, line, and sinker club. Somebody alluded to something close to that earlier, and that I like that. Super chats. Yeah, not everybody knows what that is. Bread for Bass is familiar, and he's been very generous, and I appreciate him. He paid for $20 of what happened tonight came from Bread for Bass. You guys, you should know that. New movie idea: Finding Fireballs. I have a great idea. We do a geocaching tournament where I leave bottles of Fireball all around the lake. What do you guys think of that? Whew. Whatever the name of this club is, it has to fit across the front of a hat and room on the side for the Fireball logo, and maybe on the other side the American flag, or on the back. Some configuration, but I would like our logo to either be the initials of the club on the front or the name. And that's my thoughts, and but ultimately everybody's going to have to figure this out. Bobbing for fireballs. I'm just going to stop right there. Someone else is going to do this, but Steven, I know I like where your head's at, and I have a great idea for the next giveaway. Todd, of course you got to be the voice of reason, but I appreciate that. Survivors tournament. Does anybody have a month that they can afford to take off of work and we can all go fish for a month? Every day someone gets kicked off. ABL, Aluminum Boat League. That's pretty simple. I like it. I'm a big fan of simplicity. There you go, Workman. So when we're thinking about ideas for the fishing club, okay, this is just my opinion. We got to think about stuff for down the road if we do start to develop a sponsorship relationship. It can't turn off them. Not saying any of the ideas that came through tonight, but it's got to be somewhat, somebody alluded, I think Mark Baker, it's got to be somewhat professional, because we could turn off potential help if it's something just completely off the wall. Yeah, like boats and hose, Steve. We can't do boats and hose. Unless you got a direct line to Will Ferrell, and he'll help us out. James Schaefer. Thank you, James Schaefer. A $20 donation to the channel from Mr. Schaefer. Thank you. It worked. Inglorious bastards. Bread for bass. Muchos gracias, amigo. De nada. What? Bread for bass. So there's quite a few people that are involved with all of this that aren't necessarily bass fishermen or women. They just like to go out in their boat and hang out. Okay, Steven, I like where your head's at, and every boat has a designated driver. There's nothing illegal about that. As long as you're not driving the boat, right? According to Randy Blaucat, fish spawn all year round, which I didn't know that. I did catch fish yesterday at Table Rock that had eggs in them. A couple spots, good spots. The dude I fished with caught a 3-pound spot yesterday. That was cool. That was a big spot. Gone fishing? That's got to be taken. I got to believe gone fishing is taken. How about, the Great American Fishing Club? Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Shoot. Randy makes videos every day. Not all of them are home runs, but most of them are good. Most of them are good information. 100%. I'm going to try and hook up with that dude. Not for my own gain or anything, but I want to meet him. He's around all the time. I want to say hi to that guy and just let him know it's okay that he's an aging fisherman. Victory champagne. What's with the money? So it's not something I talk about. Maybe I should. I just don't. 100%, Steve. So those are basically donations to the channel that you're seeing. I've never really talked about it. Anybody that wants to donate, that's how you do it. There's a little one in the corner. I never asked. Like everybody that's on here knows that I don't take it and go run with it. I give it back. I agree, Steven. I just don't know if Fireball will let us use their name in our name. That's remains to be seen. I have one sponsor that's sort of a sponsor. Randy Blaucat. Okay, so Randy makes older dudes are getting shut out from all the big sponsorships. I might not look 50, but I'm damn close. True, I only get half of what, Todd? On the super chat, that stuff, I get all of that, I believe. I can see what I'm getting at all times. Like on my analytics, I can see. And like right now, if I looked, it's probably for the month on average, and it changes every day as the analytics go up and down. But right now, like if the month were to end, I get money the 22nd of every month from, not from YouTube, it's from Google. Google owns YouTube, so the check comes from Google and it goes right into my account. But right now, just in that money, it's probably about 189 bucks. And then whatever, like these super chat things, will be on top of that. I agree, Matt. I agree. I'm terrible about asking for help. I don't know. It's the way I'm wired. Well, there you go. Look at Ralph. Ralph donated money last time we had a giveaway, and he won a $100 item tonight. I don't know what he selected. I won't know that until I look at my email tomorrow. I won't look at them tonight because I don't know. I can't drive right now, so I probably shouldn't be looking at my email. But no, if anybody's interested in helping the channel out and helping these giveaways out, there's a $sign on the screen. I believe it's at the bottom. Steve Miller, $10. I thank you. It's just something that I built my channel on organic belief. It's why it's not on my Facebook page. I didn't want to be the Amway friend. I wanted this to be organic. I wanted people, and honestly, you guys, and I've said it before, when I started this, I didn't think anybody'd watch. There's 50 million people on YouTube. And I thought I would just make videos about boat because my boat gave me a computer when I had cert and I had nothing to do for 2 months. He's like, learn how to edit videos. I was supposed to do a golf channel. That was his vision. I just fell in love with the idea of this boat, and with this opportunity came this family that I can't move away from. And it's something that I take a lot of pride in, that I never, like in a lot of my videos, you never see, like I never say subscribe, like, and do all this, because if you liked it, you would. And I know if I hit that harder, I'd probably get more of that. But ultimately, I'm here for the people that want to be here. You know, and once in a while, I make a video that's like a home run. And a lot of people watch it, and a lot of people comment, and then some they don't. You know, if I talk about the boat, massive views. If I talk about me going fishing, it's hundreds of views, which I don't care. It's something I'm trying to move away from talking about the boat and do more about me fishing. You know, and there's millions and millions of better fishermen out there than me, even though I think I'm okay. But there's a big gap in talking about what you're doing and doing it. And, you know, it's something I'm trying to learn how to do. I know how to do it, but it's correlating it while you're fishing and talking and what you're doing and why you're doing it. It's an art. It really is. And that's why there's only Todd Connolly, God bless. And there's a reason why there's only a handful of people that really get paid doing it. You know, and there's a lot of me. And so I just try to be genuine and authentic. And I think that's why I've had the mediocre success I've had is just being honest. You know, be who you are. Don't bullshit anybody. Don't do anything you can't deliver. And, you know, that's my advice. There were people talking about this boat when I bought it that have fallen off. Or they make great videos and nobody watches them. I don't get it. They make better content than I do. So it's either a personality thing or I don't know what. But, you know, bottom line, if you want to do this, be consistent and be honest. That's it. I'm done ranting about it. I thank all of you. I'm not quitting, by the way. I'm still on here. There's 20 of you. I'm going to stick around. And I got plenty of White Claws and Fireballs. But that's my rant about why YouTube and what you should and shouldn't do. I'm here. Like anybody that has any questions, of course, you know, I'll answer them to the best of my ability of what I know. I don't know everything. I don't know anybody else personally that does what I do. So everything I've done has been on my own volition. And I've had no help. Zero. So for a bricklayer, aerospace guy, commercial electrician, to go into this computer world where you're trying to develop an audience and edit videos with all this computer stuff that I didn't know how to use. I take pride in it. Bradford Bass, God bless. Ralph, that's my video. Hands down. Well, how to use it. The install video is big too. It is. People watch monthly, okay? So since those videos came out, how to use it and how to install it, those average 8 to 10,000 views for between the two of them a month. And that was a year and a half ago. So that's kind of what I meant about, like, once in a while you hit a home run and you make a video that I didn't know. I had no idea it would be that popular. I just did it because, you know, that's what I was doing. I was trying to be a creator. I'm still trying. I wouldn't say I'm a creator or an influencer in any means. I'm just a guy out here that fell into a group of awesome people just doing what I love, or, you know, what I found I loved 3 years ago, later in life. If I could figure out how to make this viable, and like I said, travel around the country, which I can within reason, but I'd have to stay with you guys and fish in your boats. So not a lot of people have made that offer yet. Like, come to my house. So, if that kind of stuff happens, I'm more available. But, as far as flying around and staying in hotels for weeks on end, I really can't afford that. I'm not going to bullshit anybody. I'm a regular guy. We're okay, but we're not okay enough for me to be monthly in another location like these kids you see on the internet. So, moving on. Misty knows, she's my accountant. Misty, that's no bullshit. It takes a lot to do this, and I got to show a lot of receipts too. Otherwise, it's very expensive. I have a good accountant. Yeah, and a lot of people in the last few years have been, I've over and over, and a lot of you that are on here right now have made these comments that Bass Pro Shop should be paying you. Well, and at first I was shy about it, and I was kind of like embarrassed, like, yeah, but they are the Walmart of fishing now, and they don't care about me. I'm tiny. Misty. Yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat, Ralph. I would do that in a heartbeat. And then culminate it with, I saw a dude got his boat delivered in Spain yesterday or the day before. There's a dude in South Africa that is a subscriber, Johan Vander Walt or something to that effect. But that dude's in South Africa. Virginia, like, that is a real goal. That's something I've thought about for a couple years now, is how can I go and fish with people in their own boats and do it affordably? So, not everybody wants you in their house. So, it's a tough one. And, maybe we'll get there someday. It's no hurry. But that is a goal of mine, is to fish with all of you guys. It really is. Or around you. Because I believe, I believe I'm not an incredibly religious guy. I hope that doesn't hurt me. However that happens, I think it's a reality. But back to the Bass Pro Shops thing. Yeah, I think Bass Pro Shops owes me something. But reality, I'm a realist. I'm never going to see that. Not unless I end up, they told me flat out, like, we don't care. Unless you have 100,000 subscribers, you don't mean much to us. That is a fact. I haven't, but yeah, it does suck. I felt like I didn't do it. Now, when I started doing this, I didn't think I would ever see $1 or a dime from YouTube. But when things started to grow, and I started at the beginning of this, you guys, I was getting 100+ emails and messages a day from people all over the place asking questions that I had to do research on, because I didn't know how to answer the question. I had to do research, find out, and respond. And once everybody was like, I bought this boat because of this video, I bought it because you vouch for it, or this or that. And trust me, there's been hundreds. Yeah, Bass Pro Shops owes me something, because their problem is, and I'm going to tell you right now why they suck. They don't have salesmen. They have consultants. Thank you, Marcia. I love you. I love all of you. Their customer service sucks because they do not have salesmen that take it seriously that are not on commission. They have a bunch of people that work there in their boat department that are not on commission. They get paid $12 an hour to hand out pamphlets and take information. If they had salespeople, when people have a potential to earn money from selling and maintain that relationship, that's what builds a client base. Trust me, I know how this works, but they don't look at it that way. They're a big box store. Buy it if you want it. If you don't, fine. We don't care. It would be like if I walked in there. I thought about this tonight or yesterday, excuse me. I was there yesterday. I'm looking at these boats and I was like, maybe I should go over there and jack one of these guys around on a $90,000 boat, and tell them like, I'd buy this, but I'd like to see a fish finder on the front because it comes with one at the dash, but not one on the front for 90 grand. What's it to you guys to throw a $500 finder on the front to sell a $90,000 boat? I know what they're going to say. We can't do that. Tough. And if I say, well, I'm going to go buy a Skeeter, they'd be like, well, go buy a Skeeter. That's why they suck. That's my opinion. Take it for what it's worth. Misty is busting her ass to try to make this viable, you guys. You got to know that. And I think you do. I think the people that know Misty, she, as soon as tax season ended, she put it in sixth gear about this fishing channel, and we're trying. Jim Matthews, you're retired. You're on a fixed income. Stop it. I hope you're having a great trip, both you and Becky. I hope the pictures look amazing. I hope you guys are having a good retirement trip. I really do. Congratulations on your retirement. And thank you. What else, you guys? I'm done bashing Bass Pro Shops. I shop there. I buy stuff there. But, maybe I should be looking at other avenues. It's just convenient for me because it's rare. I do go into the one in Branson a lot. They don't have a lot compared to the bigger stores, but they have what catches fish here. And Branson's a small market. There's a couple mom and pop shops around here, but I found that there's honestly, and they're a little expensive. So I do buy stuff at Walmart though. The same stuff at Walmart that you'd see at Bass Pro is $1 cheaper on average. Yes, and that's what Misty just said right there. Old school jacket from the original Bass Tracker that emulates the heritage from 40 years ago or whatever. If I asked Johnny if there's any way he could get me a 2XL on that, crickets. I'm not even looking at that, Todd. Holy crap. I'm astonished by your guys' generosity. Thank you. And it's all coming back to you guys. In some way, shape, or form. Yeah. Now, Misty, you guys, you got to know, Misty got a ton of donations from Walmart for the tournament. That's why we were able to create a bigger prize fund for the tournament, because none of the money, all the money went to the tournament. Initially, it was $25 a head for food, but I was able to put that money back into the prize fund. And that's why the prizes were so big, or the cash payouts. Because we got roughly, I don't know, Misty, $380 or $400 donated from Walmart for it paid for all the food, all the utensils, the plates, the condiments, the water. that is some hard work by Misty that made a lot of things happen. Yeah, 375. And that was able to cover all the food, and thus putting all that money back into the tournament. If you divide the tournament payouts, it ended up averaging $230 a boat. So, and honestly, you guys, $30 of that came out of my pocket. Crowing about it, trust me. But that's how much I put towards the cash or the payout. I knew that. I knew I was going to do that, or we knew about any sponsorship. But that's why, if you do the math, 15 boats and the amount of the money that was paid out, you'll see that all the money went back to the participants. Bass Pro didn't come through with shit, Todd. It's not entirely their fault. The veterans kind of dropped the ball on their end about doing their paperwork. They needed to follow through and send us stuff, and they just seemed to not care. I'm not saying that they're bad or anything. They gave me a very nice thank you note for the donation that we did make. But they didn't follow through. So yeah, BPS, Misty, so I tried for 3 weeks to get BPS to help us, and I just kept hitting a wall with them. So I asked Misty for help, and she had the same problem. They would not help us. They made all kinds of excuses, and it's not so much BPS, you guys. It's this third party they used to vet their sponsorship stuff. And it was a nightmare. I won't do it again. I will go local for any kind of stuff like this again. I'll hit up local people. I learned a lot. That I went in Pro physically and they told me they couldn't do anything. You have to go through this third-party site they used to vet sponsorship. I understand. You could just be given stuff, paperwork with whatever, 403B paperwork, their nonprofit status, and they did not. It's like we were lying to them. That bugged me a lot. And I'm like, I have their paperwork. Like, this is not bullshit. Good night, Bradford Bass. Thank you very much for the donation and being here, brother. Take it easy. Email me. James, trust me. Steve is an artist. He can make you whatever you want. I recommend getting James Schaefer model lures. I have some. Not James Schaefer, but MJB Fishing on the lure. Yeah, I think it's cool. Good night, Todd. Good luck at work tomorrow. And I think I'm coming to Memphis real soon. I'll call you this week. Yeah, Ralph. I think a lot of people, when this tournament idea started, a lot of people jumped up, from all over the country. There were places where I'm like, no way. Washington State, Maine, Florida. They always said, if you have a tournament, we'll come. Well, you can blame COVID on some of it, but reality is life. Jobs, kids, responsibilities. It was around graduation time. I understand all that, and that's just the way it is. And that was part of the learning curve of having a tournament too. Maybe the next time we do it, we maybe pose the question, You know, if we do it on this date, how many people can come? And, you know, you hope for a percentage. If more people show up, great. That's one thing I learned, because I was a little disappointed that that's all we could muster up with how many people are on the tournament page. We got 30 participants and we have 400 plus people on there. And I'm not blaming those people. They have, and like I said, life happens. They're interested, and maybe they just couldn't make that one. And that's fine. That happens. But you know, you put on an event and you hope people have fun. And for me, I felt like it would have been a success at the end of it, which happened during the giveaway and all this stuff and giving away prizes and money and all that. The question came out, when's the next one? And that, to me, was an indication that we did something right. When I say we, I mean it took a little army of people to make this work. Wasn't just me, I promise you. I was the voice of it, but there was a lot of work happening behind the scenes by some very important people in my life now. Some true friends that I call family. And I honestly, I couldn't have done it without them. But like I said, the true measure of success was, I'll do that all day, Ralph. I will 100% have a golf/fishing tournament. I have a great idea for a video that I'm about to do. So I'm an avid golfer. I've taken time off. I played golf my entire life. I've been a single-digit handicap for the better part of 25 years. I do have a giant ego about golf, but I have a nice driving range mat that I was thinking about putting on the boat and doing the 18 holes of Bull Shoals, where I golf from the boat. Would that be a hit? Would you guys watch that? Good night, Stephen. Thank you. Don't forget to email me. There's golf. People that, I mean, we're trying to branch out and do tournaments in other lakes, but I got to tell you, I've played golf from Seattle to New York. All over the country I've played at some amazing places. And I'm telling you right now, Branson has some of the nicest golf course I've ever seen in my life. Granted, Johnny Morris owns them, and they're very expensive, but like, if there's some way that I could get them to like give us a discount at the course at the Rock, that would be a cool tournament. Because it's 9 holes, they're all par 3s. It's the, bar none, the best view you'll have in Branson of anything. And it's the best par 3 golf course I've ever seen. Might be the best one on the planet, and that is no joke. You don't believe me, go look it up. It is legit. But it's $135 for 9 holes. Somebody's gonna steal, no way. Nobody else that golfs lives this close to this lake. Except Larry McBride. If you make this video, I'm gonna get mad. Tomorrow, I probably will get home late and will be sleeping Tuesday. I probably won't fish again until Wednesday. But I'm not kidding you guys. That's gonna happen. I'm gonna golf for the boat. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I don't have any real flags, but maybe I don't need one. Maybe I could just take an old fishing rod and put a spike on the end of it and just stick it in the ground, and that's what I hit at in the lake. Different yardages. I sold my rangefinder, so I have no idea how far I'd be. But I feel confident enough I could get close on some of them. But the 18 holes of Bull Shoals from the boat, I got fireballs. Steven Smith, are you still online? You guys, give me 1 second. I'm not leaving. I'm just getting some bug spray. They are ferocious. I'm here. I don't know where it is. Where's my bug spray? I don't have enough. I had a whole bottle. Some good stuff. Oh, I know where it is. Here, I'll just bring you guys with me so it doesn't feel so. And I'm not kidding you guys. I believe in this color right here. I bought myself some. So I'm not just giving them away because it's an ugly color. There it is. They don't have that color in Branson, so when I'm in Springfield, I always buy one. They're $5.99 a package, so. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. I have not gone pee since, what have we been on here? 214 minutes? That's like watching Ben-Hur on Thanksgiving. I appreciate you guys for sticking around for 214 and a half minutes. Yeah, I don't know, Larry. It's something when I was 12 years old, I started golfing with my dad. That's about when I stopped playing baseball. Basically, hockey season started to run into baseball as I got older, and baseball wasn't having it. Like, I would tell them, like, they'd say, if you miss practice, you can't play in the game. And I'm like, well, I got hockey commitments for another month. You know, I can be here on the, not every day. And they're like, well, if you can't make it, you can't play. And I'm like, well, peace. I'll go. Hockey was a big part of my life, you guys. I was pretty good at it. But golf was something you could do year round, regardless of hockey. So that's, my dad and I started golfing together when I was about 12. And then my friends kind of joined in, and when we were 13, 14, we get a season's pass for the summer from basically the day school got out till Labor Day. Our parents would take turns dropping us off at the golf course. And we learned how to golf basically amongst each other as teenagers, and nobody had formal lessons. But we were all hockey players, and so we kind of had that motion down, right? And we all started golfing, and now all of us that did that still golf to this day. And we're talking, 35 years ago. That was later on, Mom. But yeah, I mean, my brother and I started playing a lot when we were in our early 20s. A lot. Like, we had carte blanche at the local course. It was our own country club for about 2 years. And that's a whole different ball game. I have a screenplay that I wrote about that 2 years at that public course, where it was like Chevy Chase and Rodney Dangerfield. It was like Caddyshack for us. It's no joke. It was out of control. Unbelievable things happened. I got to wait for my mom to die before we can even tell this story for real. Sorry, Mom. Marcia and Steven, you have to train your bladder to go 3 hours long talking to people. 3.5 hours. Is that right? I'm not 100% good with algebra. On top of that, we're pushing almost 4 hours. If I were to do a 24-hour live, who's interested in that? Everybody's right now is like, F that. No, I probably couldn't, especially if I was drinking, Stephen Wolf firing up. You got to have fireballs every 5 minutes. I wouldn't make it. I'd pass out. Oh, we had somebody join us. Yeah, Happy. So, okay, so I got some problems with Happy Gilmore. Okay. Nobody ever played at that level of hockey that Happy Gilmore did that couldn't skate. I love it, Steven. I worked on the golf course, hey, golf is like fishing. It's not for everybody. It's slow and monotonous. It surprises me that more fishing folks don't golf because it's very similar. You could go hours with no success and still come back and beat your head against the wall. But yeah, it's golf is just something that was ingrained in our family. Our whole family golfed. My mom, dad, my brother, and I, that was our thing that we did together. I was about older. There's another golf, Scott Nicholas, who is a big help in our channel, who helped out a lot with the tournament financially. He's a big golfer. I'd love to play golf with him sometime. I didn't see him on here tonight, but he lives close enough that we could probably pull that off. Yeah, shit happens, Misty. I had an accident. I bought a boat. And golf is a hobby like fishing that's very expensive. Especially if you get to the point where you're feeling good about yourself and you start buying equipment, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. I mean, I use the same shit that you guys see the guys on TV use. I feel like I can. And $300-400 putters, $500 drivers, $1,500 set of irons, $150 wedges. But it was my life up until I bought this boat and started fishing again. So, it's every hobby has its expenses. It's just, you kind of gotta maintain. Like, and golf is kind of on the back burner right now, but I still have all this stuff. But to go play, like in Branson right now, you're looking at a cheap round's $50. So, and the Johnny Morris clubs, the new ones up there, they're $200 to $300 a round for 4 hours of fun. I was hit by a drunk driver and flipped the cart 7 times. Holy shit. I've seen this before, Misty. It doesn't work out good for anybody. I like it, Bob. I feel like Happy Gilmore, but I was a wrestler. I bet. Okay, so you bring up a good point, Larry. I thought that for years I should just go be a pro at a golf course. My game was good enough. I had the personality to go be around people. But I knew every bit of advice, even from friends I had that were pros, talking about a PGA on tour pro, but a teaching professional. They all said that if you want to stop playing golf, become a pro. And that was enough for me to be like, I don't know. Basically, you become a business manager of a golf course is what happens. And you know, probably no different than fixing boat motors on boats. It's like you want to be out there. You don't want to be fixing other people's problems. I get that 100%. And maybe that's why this whole fishing thing worked out for me, because I never worked in the industry. I'd probably have a different feeling about it if I, like, say I was the fishing guy at the Bass Pro Shops reel counter. I'd probably hate fishing, because you'd probably run into people all day long that are asking you questions that A, you might not have an answer to. It's a lot of dumb questions. So, oh. Was the drunk driver, Misty, in a golf cart, or was it in a regular car that drove onto a golf course? How did that play out? If you don't want to answer, I understand. I was just curious. I've seen people roll golf carts on the golf course and get maimed, like bad. But I've never seen somebody come off of a road onto the golf course and hit a golf cart. I need another beverage. Okay. I'll play golf with you, Steve, by the way, if you ever want to play. It got hotter. I hated Bass Terms because they thought you should drop everything and work on their stuff. Screw them, and I made them wait. I agree. Bass Pro Shops is waiting for me to pick up carpet for my boat because they jerked me around. I agree. Nobody's more important than the guy that was there first. I believe that. You know, I don't think I'm any more special than anybody else. So, you know, it came after the tournament. They're busy, whatever, but they gave me excuses. And I didn't demand anything. I'm not that kind of person. You know, to me, everything's first come, first serve. If I show up and 5 minutes later, I don't know. Let's think of somebody. Jacob Wheeler shows up right behind me. What do you think's going to happen? Are they going to fix my heritage, or are they going to hook up Jacob Wheeler? I know what's going to happen, but it's not right. Now you're making fun of me. Hey, I'm trying to drop some LBs, Steve, and I'm not going to do it drinking Blue Moons. These have 2 grams of sugar. And by the way, I've also, you guys saw this fireball when we started the night, right? I've had more than half. So I kind of negated all that because there's a ton of sugar in Fireball. You going home?
Yeah.
Good night, Caleb.
Good night.
The neighbor kid's going home. See? Can't see him. He's so fast. Wicked fast. Steve, Ralph, there's so many golf courses in Arizona that I played at, I could see bass in, and I never took a fishing pole. I kick myself daily. She was leaving a bar. I was driving down the busy main road. She T-boned me as she... Oh my God, Misty, that's awful. I mean, if you wouldn't have gotten hit by that golf cart, we probably wouldn't be friends. You know, shit happens for a reason, and we are where we are right now. You know, and that's the way I look at life. I would not have this boat, you guys, if I didn't have 1.5 feet of my intestines removed. For those of you that don't know that story, I was, hold on. Are we included? Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on, guys. I think we're running. Okay. So, this boat, I'd been fishing tournaments with this dude in Arizona for a long time. And, but I didn't have my own boat. And I was kind of tired of fishing in the back of a boat for tournaments because I felt like I fished with the same guy and he'd make the same decisions. We'd do the same thing. And he wasn't willing to adapt. And I didn't bitch. I just did whatever because I was a back boater and I thought that's what I was supposed to do. And eventually I found YouTube. I never watched it. And then 6-7 months before my surgery, I was watching these guys that it was all about cars. I was a big car guy. I couldn't fix them, but I could drive them. And so I thought, I'm going to buy a Porsche. I'm going to make a YouTube channel and I'm going to do all kinds of stuff to the car. And, you know, I felt like I had enough character to pull that off. And the morning of the surgery, December 15th of 17, this boat basically came out. You could order it for $99.95. And I was like, oh my God, I knew what it was. I'm like, this boat should cost 15 grand. Just based on what it is. And so I bought it. I told my wife, I'm like, hey guys, look, I'm buying this when I wake up from surgery. My mom and Tabitha just looked at me like I was out of my mind. They're like, just go have surgery. And I woke up and I did it. A week later, I was up at Bass Pro Shops. I could barely walk. But I went and I hobbled in there and I put the money down and that changed my life. 100%. I would not be right here in this driveway, this close to a world-class lake if it wasn't for this boat. Period. Or all the people that kind of built this family. A lot of this was driven by people that supported me in this vision. So, you know, a lot of people have said it too, that bought these boats. It changed their life. It changed their lifestyle. It was an affordable boat that got us all out on the water. You know, we all have different budgets. Not everybody can go buy a $90,000 boat. I can't justify that. Baby T would chop my head off. Now, you know, down the road, maybe. But right now, you know, this is what you can't have stuff like that and have a $90,000 boat. Good night, Gizmo. You can't do it all, but you can do a lot if you do it right. And so, you know, I guess I'm ranting, and that's what I do when 4 hours in, damn near. But yeah. It's you know, it led me here. And I ultimately, you guys, like, this was the best thing for our family. We were in a monotonous thing going on in Arizona. We both had good jobs. But we weren't living. And I don't think going to work and going home and sleeping is living. I think living is, you know, being outside, being on the lake, being Steve going to bed? Good night. Oh, Steve. Yes, good night, Steve. Don't forget to email me your stuff. But like living. For me, living is being able to put my boat in the water, whether I work or not. I am 15 seconds from the lake. That's living. Yeah, I caught that, Misty. Thanks. It's it's how we all perceive life. It's the perception of some people. They're like, when I retire, I'm going to do this, and they do it. Some of us do it before that. And make it work. So it's happening. By the way, you guys, that house right there is for sale. If you want to be my neighbor, let me know. You can be 2 seconds closer to the lake than I am. Ralph, I totally understand. Have a great night, and thank you very much. Thank you, and congratulations on winning tonight. Mom, you're going to bed? How much what, Steven? 189. It needs some updating. It's not as nice as mine, but it's okay. It's 3 bedroom, 3 bath, 1,900 square feet. It has light blue carpet. So you're going to need to replace the carpet. They're now at the bottom of the hill. Both houses on the right and left side, right before you get to the ramp, are for sale as well. One's $240. I think they're asking too much. Badass outdoor facility though. It's pimp, but the inside needs like hardwoods and paint. The house on the right side, I don't know what they're asking, but it just went up for sale. It's pretty nice. I don't know what they're asking though. I would venture to say in the 220 range to 230. And I think they're on a 1/4 acre. No. Not buying. I'm not playing that game. I don't have to. If I lived on Table Rock, maybe. But out here, you might be renting to people you don't want to rent your house to. I don't want to do that. I want people to pay. If anybody is interested in property where I live, which everybody here for the most part that lives here are very cool and they take care of their shit. If you're interested in living here, I do have an agent. The one that I used that was incredibly good, like no pressure. And that's what I hate people that like call me like a car salesman. I do not like that. And she didn't. And so if anybody ever wants to be my neighbor, I'll give you her name and number. And vacation rentals. I am going to, now hold on, Steven. I'm not totally done with that idea. But when I build my garage, I'm going to build a house inside of it that nobody's going to know about. And it will be a vacation rental. We don't have an HOA. But I would rather keep it on the DL. But yeah, my garage will have quarters for living in. And, it'll be like an Airbnb. And people that are in the, whatever we call our club, will definitely have a different rate than the people that aren't. And it's really hard to get this close to Bull Shoals. I swear to God, anybody that lives around here will tell you this is one of the prime places up north on the north end of the lake. People come from all over the place to launch their boat here. Yeah, Marsh, my garage is going to be bigger than yours. like the Lion's Den. So Marcia, right here, Brian's mom, they have a big garage, and then on the end of it, towards their house, they have basically a studio. Everything, fully contained. So I'm gonna do that here. No, I don't have an HOA. So that's the beauty of it. I can do whatever I want. Absolutely, Stephen. But I just I with the new administration in office, and I don't know if I can blame them 1,000%, but I think I can blame them about 900%. The increase in materials has stopped that whole vision for now. Like, to do what I want to do would be 36% more than it was 3 months ago. And I didn't get where I was because I was a dummy. I'm not going to invest in that because I won't see the return. If prices dip back down, I will. And mind you, this is me doing a lot of the work. I'll do all the electrical, I'll do all the plumbing, I'll do the concrete work, but I can't produce 2x4s. I can't produce 2x6s or beams or metal roofs, or all of that stuff has skyrocketed in materials. Yeah. I should have done it last fall and we didn't. But I didn't know what I wanted. So that was, it's a timing thing. And it'll happen. It just might not happen as fast as I wanted it to. Just saying, it's a tax write-off for an office. Does that work, my accountant? If you can save me that money, I might start this project sooner than later. But I didn't think that way. I just see the price of material and I'm like, no way. I was going to build it out of block, the shell anyway, masonry block, and do it myself. And hopefully I'd be done by the end of summer. I don't need to go out there and kill myself, but to build a building that's 30 by 40 and 10 feet tall, it's going to take me some time to do it by myself in block and pour it full of concrete. What's a mean tweet, Steven? Okay. I agree. I agree. Here's my problem. And you guys, I never get political on this channel because I think people from all walks of life come here, and it's not something that I really want to get into, and I don't want to piss people off. But every time Joe Biden opens his mouth, my stock portfolio takes a shit. Tell me I'm lying. I ain't lying. No, it's I feel like when he opens his mouth, investors pucker and my stocks dip. And a lot of what I'm trying to do is based on that. I'm not a huge stock guy, but I do have some. I think my bladder's going to give out. Oh my God. I think we're going to set a record tonight, guys. We're going to go 300 minutes live. What's 300 minutes in? That dude cannot form a. That dude. I just Joe Biden myself. But yeah, no kidding. I mean, I don't. I stopped having cable about a year and a half ago, and it wasn't because I couldn't afford it. It was because nobody watched it at my house. Every time I looked around, Tabitha's watching Netflix of what's that medical show? Grey's Anatomy. They're like 22 years of Grey's Anatomy. She's watching reruns. The kids are watching YouTube videos, and so am I. And it's like, so why am I paying for the 3,000 channels of Hooey that nobody's watching? So, like, I am out of touch with the news unless I see. I do click on live stuff. I love live stuff because I'll form my opinion. But it's like, you see, I'll go watch Rand Paul grill Fauci all day long. That's the best thing I've ever seen is that dude ask him loaded questions. Okay, he's asking him questions he knows the answer to. I love that stuff. Are you going to be up, Misty? Me too, Misty. I don't want to hear your opinion. I'm not going to listen to Tucker Carlson talk for an hour. I'm not going to listen to Hannity talk for an hour. I want to see a dude in Congress question somebody, and I'll form my own opinion. Sometimes I see it one way, sometimes I see it another. I'm different. Somebody's yelling at their pets. Can you hear that? Those dogs attacked Griffey when Griffey was like a little puppy, and now they won't get near him. That he's 80 pounds and pretty much a beast. Those are beagles, by the way. I hate beagles. They're small, and all they do is yap. Much like a Chihuahua. I don't have any beef with Chihuahuas, essentially. A lot of my friends have Chihuahuas in Arizona. But they do like to yap a lot. You hear that? Who are the Hodge twins? I don't know who they are. All right, guys. This will make Stephen Wolf very happy, but I did break the seal just now. Nothing better than peeing in your own yard. Misty, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, Misty, next time, pedal to the floor. They won't yap anymore, I promise. Dude, there was a lot coming out of there, you guys. It wasn't, I didn't have to shake nothing. It just unloaded. Sorry, that was live. I hope I didn't offend any of the 12 of you that are on here. But you know, 248 minutes I went without doing that. It's okay, Misty. I don't think the people that own them care. If they did, they wouldn't let them just live outside and bark incessantly and chase cars. That's my opinion. Who are the Hodge twins, Steven? I am not familiar. Really not. Steven, I can't even say what I want right now. But that's a bunch of horse shit. Anybody that says that never worked hard a day in their life. Ask my back about my privilege card. Baby T.
Are you still on live?
Yeah.
You're nuts.
Yeah, I probably won't watch them. You know, yeah, I don't know how many bricklayers are going to agree with the privilege card. Or electricians for that matter. It's hard work, you guys. And heaven forbid you get an aerospace job doing it and really make money. It's not because it's given, it's earned. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just not familiar with them. Maybe I'll look them up. I guess I'm out of the loop on the Hodge twins. Have you guys seen this rash of boxing matches happening with YouTube people? I know this Logan Paul kid just fought Floyd Mayweather, which, I mean, it was a money grab, but it still takes balls to step in the ring with arguably the greatest non-heavyweight of our time. You're still going to get punched in the face. Like, I don't know. Do you think there would be any do you think there's any call for like YouTube fishing people to box each other? Somebody just fired a gun. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. I just heard discharge. Yeah, but Floyd did punch him a few times. Like I saw some slow-mo of that, and he got drilled a couple times pretty good. But you know, and I don't think that kid either was a joke. I mean, he's a big dude. I don't know if I'd want to at this point in my life. I wouldn't want to fight him, but you know, I'd fight another 48-year-old dude that's out of shape. Sure. I'll even switch hands. Yeah, those were money grabs. I mean, at the end of the day, they know. I don't know That Logan Paul's brother, dude, I think he's on a different level, though. I think for him, it's serious business. Not that he might be a great fighter, but I think he's taking it more seriously than his brother. But, you know, if there's any 50-year-old fishermen that want to box and make money for, you know, for no reason other than a money grab, I'm available. I haven't been punched in the face in like 20 years. I don't know if I want to start now. But round is a shape. I'm not round, but I'm just not fast anymore. That would be the caveat, right? It's like somebody's like, yeah, I'll fight you on the ice. They'll be like, oh shit. Yeah, it's all about balance. $60 times 320. Yeah. All right, guys. I just realized, I mean, we're going on 4+ hours, which I don't have any beef with. But I need to eat something, or I'm going to be a mess in the morning. I don't think I ate dinner. Oh, no. Tab and I had lunch. If you guys are ever in Branson and you like Greek food, we went to, on Main Street, there's a place called Dimitri's. It's a family place. It was excellent. We shared a Euro meal for two. Big fan. I can kind of burp up those onions right now, but at any rate, it's only 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's hot, Larry. I don't think that's affecting fishing. No, Larry, I really don't. I think you just have to slow down. That's what I learned this last week. It was in the 90s at Table Rock and at Taneycomo. Taneycomo's a different beast. That's cold water. About 8 miles from the dam, you're still seeing 50-degree water. And once you get past that, it'll bump up in the 60s to 70. They're biting, but it's a slow bite. And look for wood. The fish are around wood laydowns and stuff like that. But I don't think the weather slowed fishing down. I've been able to catch fish every day. My water temp here today was in the 80s at surface. I would say 6 feet under, you're looking at 72, 3 degrees. I never felt cold. And the whole family was bobbing around in the lake for a couple hours today in the middle of the day. We went down there around 11 and got out of the water around 1:30. And at one point I saw 88 degrees on the fish finder. And mind you, that's right on the surface. But a foot, two down, of course it changes. You get that thermocline. But I would say in the 20 to, I would say the bulk of your fish that you're going to find of size are in the 20-foot area. The big fish I caught yesterday was right on the shoreline, and I caught him on a spin. I was moving down this bank in a cove and having no success. Zero. Like places you would put spinner baits where you'd think that you'd get thumped. Nothing. And I wasn't getting to the shoreline. There was just too much debris. And right when I was able to make a cast to the shoreline, bam. I mean, I got nailed. So I think what you're seeing is a percentage, a low percentage, 30% say, are filling that gap between where the water should be and where it is. And the rest of them have moved out deep. That's my professional opinion. But it's I'd say it's tough fishing, but it's doable. You can catch fish. Marsha, I love you. I'll talk to you in the future. Me too, Larry. The problem right now up north here is what the water has done is fill the creeks with debris and logs and bullshit. So you can't get to up the fresh water, which it breaks my heart, you guys. I had a video where the water was shit. This was a couple months ago, and I just was sitting on it. I didn't know if anybody would watch it, but there's a place a mile and a half from here where a creek goes in and there's a waterfall. And I went and pulled up to this waterfall, and in 5 minutes I caught a limit of bass. Like a tournament limit of bass on a spinnerbait. And basically the water was chocolate milk that turned to fresh water in like 40 feet. And I was in a tiny area, like tiny. We're talking 50 feet wide by 40 feet. Right? One after another. Boom. 2-pound bass, one after another. And it was amazing. And when my computer took a shit, that was part of went left. And that now, so I would say the lake level was 12 feet over pool when that happened. Now it's in the 30s over pool. So like any of that's gone. And I've gone all the way to the end of that. My father-in-law caught a trout back there. And I caught a couple largemouth that were like a pound. But like that spot, I don't know why I didn't just make this small video and put it out. That chase freshwater with a chartreuse and double willow leaf gold spinners is what made the difference. I'd cast to the waterfall or over it and let it fall down the face of it. And as soon as I started reeling, bam, like they were coming right out of the fresh water and nailing it. But you're right, Larry. That's the move. But I couldn't find them that way yesterday. I'll look those up. I don't know where those are. The one I'm talking about right now is called Trigger Creek. That's way up north by KDOC, which is by my house. I am, like I said, Larry, in July, I'm going to run the whole lake. I am fully, I have sponsorship. If anybody's interested, I'm taking applications for a partner for the U.S. Open in Bull Shoals in October. Seriously. It's very expensive. I understand that. And that's why I don't think a lot of people are going to fish it that I know. It's $450 a person. And I kind of want to throw my hat in the ring. I'm not saying I'm going to win, but I feel like I figured Bull Shoals out. But this tournament's launching from Arkansas. And I've only fished the very northern part of Arkansas. So if anybody wants to jump on board and fish this with me, I'm all ears. I haven't paid. You can't even register until July 14th. But that's right around the corner. I mean, we're talking about a month away. So if anybody that's still on here is listening, and you're from out of town, you're more than welcome to stay at my house if you're interested. But if I can't find a partner that's down, I probably won't fish it. I mean, I'm not going to pay $900 to go fish by myself. So, just throwing it out there. The only caveat to this is that you have to have a tracker-owned boat, which doesn't mean tracker. It's Tracker, Nitro, Ranger, Triton. I forget whatever other brands they own, a Grizzly or a Mako, whatever, any brand they own. That's the only caveat. Well, I agree with you, Larry, but part of this is, so if this expedition happens, it's going to be called Modern Day Deliverance. I don't take that as you will. But it's more of an adventure than, but no, I am my intention in the upcoming weeks is to go to Theodosia and fish wherever that ferry is, that area, and then go further. I want to fish in the Pontiac Arm, which I believe is where the state record was caught 50 some years ago with a spinnerbait. But yeah, I will not pay that much to fish in a tournament blind. I will, if I know that I have a owner that's down and is willing to pay the $450 to, pay his share, I'll put the time in. But if I don't, I'm not going to do that. I feel confident in my ability. Yeah, Peel. That's what it was. I couldn't think of the name, Peel. That's a lot of money to donate, and I don't want to do it unless somebody is prepared. I could go fish in a lot of tournaments for that amount of money, rather than one. So, at any rate. Well, listen, guys. It's 268 minutes almost, and I had a great time. Your boat or mine? I don't care. We have the same boat. Do you have Panoptix? Steven, always a good time, brother. I can't wait to meet you someday, dude. I think we would, like I said, we'd probably get in trouble, but I haven't been in trouble in a long time. Steven Smith. I don't care whose boat. I care about a committed individual. But Steven, thank you. Thank you for being here, and hey, congratulations on your win tonight. Don't forget to email me. Not because I don't have your shit, but I just don't want to forget. I'm going to see the Millers tomorrow. I can sleep in tomorrow because I'm not meeting them till 4 p.m. at the casino. Kicked me off for a second. You're good. No, yeah, so the dude I fished with on Thursday and Friday had the same fish finder. He had the 93, whatever, but he had the Panoptics. In one day of being on his boat, I figured it out. I'm not going to bullshit anybody. I want it now that I've seen it. I really do. I believe in it. I won't, Misty. I believe in it. 1,300 bucks though. It's I don't know. Steven, can I call you tomorrow about the Panoptics? Can we talk about that? I promise I won't fall asleep. Yeah, I have some serious questions because I'm about to commit to the Panoptics. And it's my question's more about install than usage. I get it. After using that dude, once he realized I was out fishing him, he put me on the front of his boat and I was driving him around in a $90,000 boat. But I was captivated by the Panoptics. I get it now. I do. I still think it's cheating. It's still. But when you can see your bait bouncing and then a fish come out of nowhere to a bouncing bait and take it, it's truly like they say. And it's not my words, it's the pros. It's like playing with a video game. I agree with that, Stephen. And I think there's a time and a place for it. And for me, where I found it worked best for me was when I was targeting smallmouth in 20 to 30 feet of water. I could see them in the boulders, moving around in the boulders. And I knew they were 30 feet away in 20 feet of water. I would cast past them and you could see my bait, like, because you can set the distance. But you'd see the bait bounce to them and then they get interested and start moving around. Pretty cool technology, but I guess if you're paying $900 as a team to fish in a tournament, it might be wise to have that. All right, what time is it? 10:30. Everybody, I can't thank you guys enough for sticking around. The 11 of you that are still here, I appreciate every one of you. And the 69 thumbs up in this video, the $135 that was donated, I can't thank everybody enough. I appreciate each and every one of you. I can't wait to see you guys in the future. I did take a couple weeks off after the tournament. I was inundated with baseball, and honestly, you guys, I was a little burned out, not from making videos, but just I think worrying about this tournament happening and everything going properly. I needed to decompress, and I'm back. So thank you guys again. Congratulations to all the winners. I'll be in touch with everybody this week about their winnings. And look for more content. I don't care who watches it, but I am still making the video about my fish catches at the tournament. I'm gonna redo that because I lost it. You guys don't have to watch it, but those that are interested, watch it. I have the footage. I'm going to do it. But thank you guys. I'll see you in the future. I appreciate you all. Have a great night and a good week. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy.